FF7 remake, new game plus hard, no major glitches, run with commentary, and let's just get where we go. Game is being a goober, and I'm not liking it. So we're going to attack right off the bat here, do a couple of rolls, and then Blizzard. We're going to be able to keep buffering a bunch of dodge rolls because of the slowdown from staggering enemies. I can just kill those guys normally, but what I'm trying to do is get between both these fights with dodge rolling without having to exit combat. You can get a fast combat exit, but it's still a little bit slower to change stances, so if you do things the right way, you can maintain combat movement the whole time. Problem is, combat movement can give you a slow put away animation, so you gotta be careful with it. That's interesting. Okay. So, take note that that dog right there took 2 blizzards to kill. This next one will take 2 blizzards to kill, but it's gonna die off the first ice spell, as long as this goes properly. I go down that alleyway to spawn all of the NPCs and Barrett on the upper platform here. So I don't have to wait for him to exit the elevator. I can just flip right into the elevator and wait for it to come down. You can activate the button really quick, actually. So, like, all that actually saves a pretty significant amount of time compared to waiting for the elevator to go up and then to climb out of it.
This way.
So, wait. Blizzard. So the dog's in a pretty good spot. We should be fine. Oh, we got a crit. Nice.
Is that it?
So the dog got crit by the blizzard I hit him with, and then it also hit the other 2 officers, so it was an instantaneous kill. I didn't have to wait for the other blizzards to explode. You might think getting in front of, like, Jessie here would save me time. She actually will slow you down. There's some places where riding an NPC will slow you down significantly. There's a giant invisible wall there, by the way, so I do have to hit that switch. And I can't get Jessie to push me through the door. I've tried it a few times. It just doesn't work.
3, 2... Damn, I'm good.
Alright, so we're going to save load, or cutscene skip right here. We're going to save load next to this console, so that when Jessie starts talking, we can skip all our dialogue and teleport her next to the door, or next to the console. Then I can just mash triangle and start the cutscene immediately.
I got this place.
That has a couple of benefits. Saves waiting for her to cross the room. It also will affect the laser cycle here, so hopefully we should be able to get a decent one. I got a good one, but the game decided chapter 2 was going to be stupid. That's whatever. You need to target B or C here, and you need to move Barrett forward and to the left a little bit. Okay. Anytime game. Anytime. Thank you. Decent looking cycle.
Not too shabby.
2 decent cycles back to back. What is this? Nope, never mind. No! Oh, okay, I got lucky there. Normally, bonking on a laser is the end of it all, and you have to wait for all of them. Looks like I got a really awkward cycle. Alright, so we want a double thunder right here. So we're gonna buffer as many rolls as we can during this. So we're going to save load again. This one actually saves quite a bit more time than the last one. Saves around 10-ish seconds. It skips all the dialogue and allows us to load in. I hesitated a little bit. You can save as soon as Barrett starts talking, but I like to save load next to the door so that the door starts opening the moment that I load.
Let's get down there.
Very good laser cycle. Unfortunately, the rest of this is probably weird. As long as you're controlling the camera, you don't have to worry about the game drifting it. There are some cases where the game does like to just lock onto stuff for some random reason, and I still haven't figured out why. It just seems to do it randomly. So we catastrophe there to try and clear everything out so we can get out of combat quicker. Does not seem like it had worked. You may have noticed that I was running into the ladder there. That's why I catastrophe to try and clean everything out so we can get out of combat quicker. But the game wasn't having none of it. Okay, skip the cutscene here. Triple slash right off the bat. Nice crit. Nope. Damn it. Not gonna work. Wow, that's actually a lot of crits. I did not expect Cloud to hit that hard. So we're going to switch to Barrett during his jump away animation to save the camera swap time. And then we're going to catastrophe right off the bat. The problem is the AI will dodge roll before they do a shortcut, so it delays catastrophe even further. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Nice, and that hit as he jumped away. That's a really good fight, honestly. The first phase was a little bit slow, but phase 2 was pretty quick. If we get some more crits in this phase, we can save even more time. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Thundaga, switch back. Crit, Barret. Ah, bummer. I need MP Absorb on Cloud after this chapter, so Barret gets it for this chapter. And since he has Synergy, we can refill his MP pretty easily. The thing is, he's on Steel Pincers, which has like 20 less magic stat than EKG Cannon, and Barret's stats are already bad. So losing out on that much is quite a bit of an issue. It's a little bit less because he has Gotterdammerung instead of Fury Ring. Fury Ring gives a permanent Berserk debuff, which buffs your damage output by 30%, but increases your damage taken by 30%. So it's a give and take. Obviously, we're going to be using it the entire of the run if we can. But Gotterdammerung giving you a free limit is just more beneficial in some scenarios. Right there, it's very beneficial for a couple of fights in this chapter. Not the fastest, but it's definitely pretty decent. And it allows us to break the barrier on Sentinel Scorpion a lot easier. I will give it to Aerith and Tifa in a little bit, but for the most part, I do use it on Barret for utility to clean out some enemies so I can maintain good movement speed with Tifa. But for the most part, you could probably argue Gotterdammerung on Tifa the entire game is the right choice.
Don't look back.
If anything, it's probably a case where you Fury Ring the entire party instead of Gotterdammerung. Having access to a free limit is nice, but there is a category for no Gotterdammerung. There's a category for all three of them that you can get through the DLC.
Have it your way.
But I'd say this is probably the most comfy category between it, because there's a healthy balance between everything. Without the Gotterdammerung, you end up relying a lot on magic, which we already do. This gives a little bit more flexibility in routing choices. Nice. So we switch over to Barret there to retarget his Synergy ability, or Synergy attack. It won't come up until a little bit later, but if you switch to a character while they're charging a Synergy spell, but haven't fully cast it yet, you can force it to retarget at a different enemy that it would not normally be targeting. This ATB is actually crazy, too. Barret having 2 bars is going to be really nice. Cloud almost has 2 bars, too, which makes this really easy. So we want to Thunder on this guy, Thundaga. Easy fight. Oh, we gotta stop it. Alright, so we're looking for the arrows for the mono drives to disappear here. Okay, dash to B, HP boost, Blizzard. Okay, see you guys later. Unfortunate, little bit of jank movement there, but I'll take it. Oh, another sub 20. Alright. Damn. Good girl. Dog came in. Old pupper, so I gotta treat her good. Even if I can't pet her, I want her to be able to lay on my bed. So we're gonna do a little bit of a menu here, so give me a second. Wrong. This. Wrong. Into, that's the wrong spell. Okay. Is swapping Magn? No, that's not gonna be a problem.
They're everywhere.
So what we did is we swapped out Lightning for Fire. We won't need Lightning really again until we get to Crab Warden. So we can move off that for a little bit. If you're on the PS4 version, Thunder Magnify you probably will need once you get to Chapter 4. Unfortunately, the Sweepers have a lot of HP, so you can't get away with the same stuff that we do here. I'll have to do some routing at some point with the PS4. I do want to go back to it, but right now the Intergrade version's a lot more fun, and it runs a lot faster. I'll probably go back to the PS4 version later, because the routing is very different. Wind Materia functions very differently Magnify has a wider AoE and intergrade. Synergy is fully free, no ATB or MP cost, so it's extremely busted in the integrate version, while it's trash in the OG release. Limits are completely invincible in the intergrade version, so you don't take any damage while you're using them. They're not in the PS4 release, so it's a risk-reward. Machines are a lot weaker in Intergrade than they are in the PS4 version, and monsters seem to have gotten an HP buff. There are a few other slight differences. Skills being buffed mainly, like Braver, I think, does more damage flat out. I think Infinity End does more damage to staggered enemies, etc., etc. So some skills were buffed, some were debuffed a little bit.
I'd like my money now.
But anyway, so we're on Fire and MP Absorb right now so that we can stretch our 90 MP the whole way for the entire chapter. We're going to only be using Tier 1 and Tier 2 fire spells, so basically we're going to get all our MP back on cast, or it'll more or less boil down to only costing 1 to 2 MP per fire, per spell, fire spell specifically. So we're going to do a little bit of camera manipulation here so that we don't get held still on this platform. It can be very daunting to get that camera manipulation because you have to do it while you're moving the whole time. Stopping just kind of offsets the time save. We're going to do a kind of a glitch here with Sephiroth, so give me a second. Wow, that actually went all the way in. Okay. I didn't hear it click up to graphics mode, so...
It couldn't be.
Okay, no Sephiroth, good to go. So I'm going to look at the ground here to minimize lag. What we're looking for is the lower frame rate of the graphics mode. It seems that Sephiroth has issues loading, and for whatever reason, it seems like his load is tied to the frame rate. So if you run the game at a lower frame rate, there's more chances of him failing to load. This seems to be a PS5 PC thing only. I don't think anybody's ever seen this on the PS4. By the way, it may look like that was slower, but the problem is the game also takes inputs less often. So there's a pretty big difference between the PS4 and PS5 version in terms of like the PS4 version running at 30 frames and this running at 60. 60 is where you want to be at with this game. PC version, you want to run it at 60. Any higher and the physics breaks. Not only that, but the enemies are incredibly aggressive at 90 and 120. As well as like the casting of things seemingly being quicker. Like Triple Slash won't reach some enemies that it should normally. It's really hard to explain. It's jank. Just trust me, go with 60. The problem is the game does load quicker at higher frame rates, but the rest of the game breaks around it, so it's really not worth doing. There are other differences in terms of categories and stuff, but for the most part, PC and PS5 are more or less the same. The PS4 version is really the odd man out in terms of like combat and just the way the game functions in general, on top of not having the Yuffie DLC. Honestly, it's probably a good thing the PS4 doesn't have the Yuffie DLC, because first of all, I don't think it could run it. Second of all, a lot of things are changed. I think all the changes I listed are mainly to make the Yuffie DLC easier to play with an AI character. Because this game is definitely designed for you to swap between other characters. So we got a lot of enemies here that have HP locks. So as an enemy's spawning in, their HP can lock to prevent you from soft locking and killing them, or at least I assume that's the case. So, like right here, these enemies, we want to wait a little bit. Okay. Okay. Come over here. That's annoying. Getting the camera changed or whatever. What am I doing? I don't know why that took so long. Okay. That was a little bit delayed, and I shouldn't have had to target that in the menu, but whatever. Man, that kind of threw me off. There we go, good. Okay, Shock Troopers screwed me up last run, now they're dead, so I'm happy. Okay, can we...
But the rooftops look clear.
Over there!
I wanted to get Drake too bad.
Open fire! Shoot to kill!
So a lot of these interactables, you need to be able to see the point of interaction, this little symbol on the floor. switches, all that kind of stuff. Ladders like to be very finicky about you being right square on them. They have very little leeway from side to side, so ladders, switches, all that kind of stuff is very frustrating in this game. So we're going to take the streets here. Probably high risk, low reward, but whatever. Okay. So you could take the sidewalks, but it does lose you a little bit of time. As long as I do the targeting right, you'll kind of see why. Cloud's dodge rolling is pretty quick, but locking on and slashing at a distance is much quicker. I locked on too soon. Okay.
Enemy combatants, you have been warned. Surrender yourself to public security. Over.
I don't even know why it's still locked on. Alright, let's hope. Trying to get into this next thing without exiting combat. Like, you've got to be kidding me. That's so annoying. Whatever.
Now you're in for it.
Fire up. Fire up. Rather triple fire right here, yeah.
No escape.
If you work it out right, you can get the Huntsman double hit by Blizzara. But if things work out weird, you get Fire. You have to triple Fire.
A lot of people here.
And in the freight car.
Probably should have adjusted the camera like I normally do, but I was playing it a little bit different for some reason. You can get lucky here, and Biggs can spawn in a really awkward position, and you can get ahead of him, but the chances are slim to none, to be honest. Even in, like, what, I guess the 2 years I've been running this game now, I've never seen it happen to me once. And it is possible to happen in the PS4 version. So I've never seen it in any of the 3 versions, because I have done PC runs early on just to... I can't afford to... Oh, God, I can't believe I got between those two. So the train movement here is pretty tough. It doesn't look like it, but I was humbling and grumbling for a reason. You need to go around those first 2 on the left side in the Integrate version. You used to be able to just jet right down the middle in the PS4 version, but it doesn't work like that anymore in the PS Integrate version. That's what I need to... OG and Integrate is what I should be referring to them as. So you have to go around the left. You need to stick to Biggs so Kyrie can't block you in the center of the aisle. And then you need to not bonk too many times, walking in between those last 2 before Biggs. And what I mean by bonk is like running into an NPC and you see kind of how Cloud shift his shoulders to one side. And like he slows down just a little bit when you do that. So if you bonk 3 times, you don't keep enough momentum to slip between them. Obviously, you lose little bits of time as you bonk. You're probably thinking, why don't you just, like, stop walking for a second then? You probably could do it that way, but Cloud takes a long time to build up momentum. So what has happened to me is I'll just miss it every time I let go of the jog button. So you can walk, run, or jog. There is a little bit of gray area in between those, but that's basically your movement. In most cases, it's either walk or jog, or walk or sprint. Kind of like right here, we're sprinting rather than full jog or run, however you want to call it. So right here, you can save load again to skip all the dialogue. The trick for me is I move... You can save load as soon as Marlene starts talking, but you have to talk to her after the save load anyway. So I make sure to move over to Marlene and save right next to her so that I can mash triangle coming out of the save load and not risk trying to activate her early and end up talking to Barrett instead.
It was wrong of me to put you in danger like that. I promise.
Tifa's gonna take us over to the
Don't worry about me.
motel over here.
Always happy to help.
If you're familiar with PC runs, you may notice that there's places where I'm not save loading, where PC runners would. The PC runs have load remover, so the only downside of save loading is the 1 to 2 seconds it takes to write the save. Obviously, this will be a bit different from computer to computer, depending on your hard drive, so write speed will be slightly different. But there's a lot of save loads you can get away with that end up saving a second or 2 or 3 or 4 because you don't have to account for load times anymore. And like I said before, running at a higher frame rate does increase the load speed, but messes with the physics to the point where the game, I would say, is a completely different game.
And here we
It's
are.
like going from battle speed like
We're on the 2nd floor.
6 to going to battle speed 0 in a lot of the older games. So you would save load right here to just skip her dialogue and make her move right over to Cloud's
Don't have
room.
time for much else.
But it doesn't really save any time on the PS5 because of how long the save loads take. We're going to put Cloud in a very specific spot here and bonk into her,
Here's your
and
order.
we will
Don't
get the
worry.
instant
You did?
interaction.
Yes?
So that
Oh,
saves her doing exactly what she
And
did with
this?
her room,
That
getting to the
one's,
other side of the door frame, turning around, and then making eye contact, and then triggering the dialogue. So if we bonk into her properly, we can make her trigger the cutscene instantly. Or at least as instantly as you can. You can probably do it a little bit sooner, but my setups usually have some leeway for stupidity. Because not always on top of my A game. There's a lot of skips like that that don't save a huge amount of time, but you go for them anyway, because they're super easy to get. Oh, nice camera management. I usually really screw up the camera management for this one. I've been remembering to do it lately, so I like it.
I'll bet. If you ever need any...
What's she to you?
So we will have to make a
Cool.
minor tweak here in a
Get a
second.
move on to
Oh,
7
why?
Heaven.
Why don't I just do that now? Excuse me? So, normally I keep Ice Magnify, but I want Thunder Magnify for the Scrap Boulevard segment coming up. It's actually a slight bit faster, even though I have to menu Thunder Magnify on and then back off. And I also need to, instead of shortcutting Thunder Magnify, I need to tactical menu it. I do have Remember, so it limits
Go ahead
the
and
amount of
pick
time
whatever
lost
you
just a
want.
little bit, as
Seeing
long
as
as
you
I
didn't
use
bring
it
any
properly.
luggage, I'm guessing
So what I
the
need to
stuff is
do
fine.
is slip between the upcoming
And
4
don't
fights. And I want to avoid exiting combat if possible. That's the whole reason Thunder Magnify is better.
As long as I
Because with Ice Magnify and Fire, Cloud needs line of sight. But switching into Thunder Magnify means I can use Tifa's movement to get in between and much more fast movement with her than Cloud.
in your dream.
So it ends up being worth it in the long run.
Suppose I could take a look.
As long as you don't take too long in the menus and stuff. But basically, if I had Ice Magnify, I'd have to enter and exit all 4 fights. But with this setup, I only have to enter
To get free
2 fights, and then I can do 2 sets of
better.
fights in
Then you
one
know
and
what
then
to
exit. I'll just ATB boost right off the bat, and then Thunder Magnify. No matter what you do, you can kind of bug it out so that you could kill all 3 sets of enemies depending on your starting
Marl.
ATB.
Oh.
Working?
Be nice.
But the problem is you'd
I'm
still have
pretty
to
good
exit
at
combat
that.
anyway, so...
I've got skill.
Be nice.
The trick is we exit combat once and then start the 3rd fight,
Thanks,
clean
Mom.
up
Don't do
fight
anything
3 and 4, and then we parry our way over towards the fence so that the final cutscene takes place right next to the fence we entered rather than at the last enemy we fought. So we want to stick next to the fence here, get a jog going, which will let us get a run going.
We've got to get you your money. Last stop is the weapons store.
Then we're going to start running in here. Oh, that NPC is such a pain in the ass. Normally I could take a direct line, so I can start this cutscene a lot sooner. But because of that NPC, I bonked off of him, so not only did I have to take a
Don't really know.
less direct line, but I lost some of my momentum bouncing off of that
How do I
idiot.
start?
Sometimes the NPC shows up in there, and I'm not quite sure what dictates that,
To keep you and your family safe.
because the movement in here is pretty consistent. The only thing I can guess is I lost a little bit of time from the Marlene save and load, which might reset the NPC positions, I'm not sure. Some of the RNG is a little bit foggy on how we deal with it. So what we're going to do is ATB boost right off the bat here, and then we're going to go from clockwise,
Just in case.
from the left fight to the far right fight. I used to go counterclockwise, but you spawn right next to the Gorgers there. So you're very likely to get feasted, which will cancel out Cloud spells, and then you're completely boned. And that 3 seconds goes up in smoke real quick. ATB boost? No. So with this ATB, we could theoretically get a much better fight. Wrong. Okay. ATB boot. Cloud. So stupid.
Don't think you'll walk away from that. That's what a soldier looks like in action.
Under. Unfortunate.
Let's keep at it.
Parrying was kind of scuffed, but whatever.
All right.
They won't stay gone.
Of course not. A win's a win.
True.
So normally with ice, you have to exit that fight a few times. Oh, never mind. There goes all the time right there. Mismenuing. Right. But you kind of see how long it takes Cloud to get out of combat. So optimizing the flow is very important.
Check them out. What?
You can kind of like, with the ice, I have found that you can,
Who?
if you get Tifa in the right
Where is he at?
position and you get a relatively good idea of when the enemies are dying, you can parry into the next fight. Cloud will exit combat, and you can push him into the next fight with the parry,
Actually,
because he will spawn in front of
I'll take
Tifa.
on
It is incredibly hard to do that consistently, because the enemy movement is random. So the time that the ice spells hit them and actually explode can be variable. It's simple if you get her in the right spot and time it after the first explosion, but being ready for that first explosion so that you can time the kick is extremely hard. I've done it probably 5, maybe 10 times, but it's definitely not as simple as this setup.
my husband decided to go.
I wish I could check my magic spells outside. No, I know I changed it because I freaking totally worked the menu and lost most of my time. The trick is just getting used to doing these extra menus. It's a nice little time save. It's one of those things you get used to. The runner that used this strat initially is Strife. The new game plus easy and normal runners were doing this before. But the thing is that the game doesn't really offer enough pushback for you to need to optimize for ATB building or optimize elements to kill things quickly. Thunder just pretty much nukes everything. So it's pretty strong. And New Game Plus Easy, actually, is so optimized you don't need a menu at all. Whereas Hard, probably... in the early game, you have to menu like 2 or 3 times. I'm sure you could probably cut it down to 2 if you really were really good about it. There's some chapters where you can go a long stretch without it, but there's some chapters where you have to do like 2 or 3 little short menus to add them all in, or to get everything where you need. Like, Chapter 9's a good example. I have to swap into Thunder Synergy instead of Wind Synergy real quick. This set up for Hell House, and then I also set up for the rest of Chapter 10 and 11. And then I make a slight menu before Eligor. So you probably roughly equal out to like one menu each chapter. Although it ends up being very condensed. Just in case. It ends up being very concentrated in Chapter 17 for the most part.
We need to go before
Some
they
of the
wake up.
chapters... 17 is like the most heavily menued chapter because you have to swap back between 2 parties of 2. So you end up toggling both your magic ups, both your first strikes, and
I'm more worried.
sometimes
What?
magic materia so that you can wipe out
I
groups
suppose
of
it's
enemies.
It's the Mako.
So, what do you want to do
Anyway.
now? Head back to
So early game we get away with not having a menu too awfully too much. My brain is broken. Please send help. We wanted to switch back to ice there because the dog has pretty chonky HP bar, and he'll only go down to a blizzard spell.
said he was leaving
We use Blizzard on Magnify just in case the dog is being a little bit aggressive
And
and
here's-
separates.
Could use
Because
a
you
little-
can double shot him with Blizzard
Yeah.
like we do with the earlier dogs.
I
But it's
see.
really
In
hard
that
to do
case,
with
what-
Blizzard. Like I said before, Tier 1 spells have pretty narrow hitboxes. Thunder's hitbox is incredibly narrow to the point where enemies more or less need to be on top of each other. There used to be a strat that I would do Thunder on the Thugs, Corneo Thugs in the Yuffie DLC, where there's that really great song. I think it's like Happy Turtle metal remix. And I would actually slide them on top of each
Maybe
other by
just chill a
pushing their
bit.
corpses and then just Thunder on Magnify. So they'd all get hit at the same time. Pretty crazy. Cool. But not the end of the world. Okay. So speaking of Corneo Thugs, that's our next group of enemies. We got 4 enemies here, but we only have 1 magnified spell at the start. We can get the ATB stagger activation, which is what's been floating us in ATB the whole time. Ice has a really high stagger value. That's its main useful property. That's why it creates the ice cubes and then explodes, because its downside is supposed to be line of sight, and it takes a while to actually hit. But its ability to stagger enemies is incredibly useful, because there's of the materia that give you ATB, First Strike just gives you some. ATB Assist only works with a party. Skill Master requires 3 different commands be used. for 900 ATB back. ATB assist only gives 600, by the way. I'll talk about it later, though. ATB stagger, however, will every time you stagger an enemy gives you 900 ATB back. And when you use Magnify, it can activate up to 3 times. So that's why we're constantly flooded with ATB, because I'm staggering enemies consistently. So I moved in right there so that they would all group up if they decided to melee attack me. Sometimes they'll split up and get across. You want to hit them right off the bat with the physical attack there. So they kind of get stunned a little bit, and it seems to increase their aggro. So they seem to be far more likely to physically attack you. I could be completely wrong and talking out of my butt, but who knows. It's kind of hard to tell because we do have the Ultimania, which has a lot of system information. But there's 2 issues with it. That Ultimania is system information for the OG version, or the PS4 release. And it doesn't really tell us literally everything. It tells us a lot. And there is a fair bit that has been figured out through testing. But we haven't, been able to, decompile the code or whatever to be like, yep, for sure. That's kind of annoying. Usually it takes so long to load this area that Cloud can start moving well before Biggs and Wedge do. Get off of me, Wedge. You gotta be careful. You really don't want to be this close to the stairs. Because there's a lot of invisible walls poking out off the edge of stairwells. So you want to be close to the edge of it, but not right on it.
Just beyond this gate.
Because if you're too close, you end up clipping those invisible walls over and over again. And you basically get that stagger animation from them, so it's kind of annoying.
You've got an arm on you.
So yeah, ATB stagger is what's been helping us out. We're going to be really abusing it here, too. This is actually the reason we have it, because we've got a bunch of waves of enemies to kill, and we really don't have any super easy way to dope ATB. We really need commands to take out groups of enemies. Triple Slash is pretty good, but, it only takes out a certain amount of enemies. So we got Fire MP Absorb specifically for Roche. Literally, what am I doing? Oh my god. Oh, that save load didn't save any time. Maybe I'll get a good freaking count. Oof. Let me shut up here for a minute. No, we don't have a save load, so it's fine. So, ATB stagger is really what's going to be floating us on ATB here. Most of the time...
Okay, let's head in.
Move forward too soon.
You know what to do.
Most of the time...
Corner over there.
Okay.
Blizzard Magnify will not stagger any of these enemies aside from the dogs. Enemies that are weak to stuff usually have boosted damage and boosted stagger from that. Ice really turns on once an enemy is pressured. Every move in the game has a pressure value or a stagger value that increases that bar below the HP a set amount. And if an enemy's pressured, that number goes up to a higher value. Everything. So things like Focus Strike and Focus Thrust that actually say they increase the stagger of an enemy, they actually don't do jack squat unless the enemy's pressured. Ice, on the other hand, fire, spells in general, tend to cause pressured conditions for enemies, which gives you that higher number. Ice on its own, though, just pushes a ton of stagger naturally. So early game, we're going to be staggering a lot of enemies to take advantage of that. We'll be toggling out to lightning in Chapter 5, because we have enough machine enemies that we can either just one-shot the soldiers in between each segment, or we can get a stagger off of the machine enemies from whatever spell we cast. So most of those fights are... What we're doing is just abusing ATB stagger to keep our ATB flowing. Once we get to a 2 or 3 person party, we'll start abusing ATB assist more, maybe skill master, some other things. But right now, spell plus magnify is just way too good because of its interaction with ATB stagger. Magnified spells make it so that ATB stagger can trigger up to 3 times instead of just the once. So that's why it's so potent. So why save load is to skip the dialogue here. And then there will be one more save load when Wedge goes to talk to the cats. Normally you'd have to wait for his dialogue to start, but you can actually save load this one a bit earlier when his shoulders get straight once he finishes turning around and bending over. So. You can do it slightly before the dialogue. But if you do it too soon, you'll end up having to save load again, so you lose time. I usually err on the side of caution with that. So yeah, we're going to be using a lot of Ice Magnify here to get staggers over and over again. We're actually going to be juggling between Blizzard Magnify and Blizzard Magnify for a couple of different reasons. One, we don't really need to use Blizzard to get my A2B stagger activations back to back.
He's serious.
So I can weave in other commands
Hey,
to
Jesse was talking
cut
about.
down on MP cost, cast
Run
the
into
spells a
here
little
when we
bit
got
quicker,
what we came for.
and not be wasteful with MP. Also, like the ATB stack,
Hey, man,
the
the plaza's that
Blizzard spell does take an
Warehouses
extra
are
half second to
further in.
charge.
Jesse's
So it saves a little
supposed
bit of
to be
time there,
circling
too.
around from the back, right?
It is a bit dangerous in some spots because of the
I can handle
lowered
it.
area of
We're
effect
in
of the
this-
explosion.
If you need a chick,
You, can
You gotta
use
be
that
careful
vending
about
machine
it.
over
There's
there
some
to
places
stock
where you
up.
have to use Blizzard, or else it won't clean up all the enemies
Guess there's a
consistently.
training center too. Could go a few rounds before the main event.
Right off the bat, I'm going to attack these first soldiers
I get
normally and
really
then
hungry
Blizzard.
when I'm nervous.
That's one, to get me closer to the center, and the other thing is going to be doing that to pressure them so they get staggered by Blizzard, so I can speed up the start of
the
this fight a
signal.
little bit. You can stand in the center and just spam spells, but I triple slash the left side troopers just to move in a little bit closer. Not so bad ATV. Wow, that took forever. What is this? What is this? I couldn't tell you. Awful. Oh, I know exactly what happened. The enemies spawned early. So there's supposed to be enemies that come out of the door, in these upper and this door over here, both of these side doors. They all spawned immediately, which threw everything off. Okay, that sucks, but whatever. We gotta wait until Big starts talking here. We refocus during Big's dialogue because it progresses normally despite the time slow from refocus. So it ends up saving a little bit of time, Vyra. I didn't need to delay that, but my brain kind of like slowed down for a minute. Blizzard, come on. 1, 2, 3.
You're done.
What? Sure. This.
Burn.
Once more!
Call it.
So this has been an unmitigated train wreck.
I told you we were gonna push it past the red line!
Time to burn.
Open up the throttle!
3. Burn.
Well done!
That's not the best way to do that. It's a little bit quicker to go Blizzard Fire there.
Crowded now. Security's out in force. Just what we need.
It also, I think it's a little bit cheaper MP wise. I'm not 100% certain.
If we stuck around or went.
So that was a complete unmitigated train wreck, unfortunately.
Guess it's so
The thing is, those enemies spawning early will save me time in the end game, but getting there is very unlikely. That really threw me off. It's really hard to even know that that's coming. But now that I know that, that's going to save time in Chapter 12 as well.
So, how do we get back to the slums?
With a little trick I've been dying to try out.
Wonder... Maybe that's worth it. Nah, I'd have to test that fight. Do
I
it.
can't believe HQ was running an op tonight of all nights.
All residents are to
Coincidence?
return to their homes
Yeah.
and remain indoors until further notice.
They're ramping up for
I repeat,
something.
for your
Could get
safety,
messy.
go home.
Added to the
I
pile
heard
of
someone say it was an
complications to
attack.
Hey, it was those terrorists.
So yeah, all the enemies spawned earlier, which threw off the pattern that I had set up. Took me a while to figure out what was happening. I did have to spam an extra Blizzard Magnify there, but luckily it went without, a little bit slower, but fine. It just took me a second to figure out what the hell the game has been doing to me. It's, there is a weird bug, and it's kind of like the Sephiroth thing. Sometimes the troopers just spawn immediately, and there's 3 fights that affects. It's this one in Chapter 4. It's the Chapter 12, the very last fight before the before Reno and Rude. The Hella Troopers, normally there's 1 Shock Trooper and 2 turrets. And the Hella Troopers will spawn in immediately there. And the spot where it saves time, because you actually want to see the one in Chapter 12, but not the one here, because this one actually, like, throws off the cycle really hard. It makes setting this fight up extremely difficult. But,
Maybe I'll lend Mom a hand next time.
it's really hard to keep track of them coming out of the door early, because you're really focusing on the enemies literally right in front of you, not the doors. You really don't get a chance to sneak a peek there unless somebody else is watching. If I had, like, a commentator go, oh, they spawned at the door earlier, I probably could,
I guess.
respond better. It may look like I'm gonna die, but we're actually gonna take a nap in between that fight and the Whispers fight, so we're fine. The only thing that sucks is my MP, but that's still not an issue either. I do still have MP Absorb on Fyra, so as long as I use Fyra, I'm fine. I need 2 Blizzaras, so I need 22 MP. Plus enough for... Well, actually, it's 20, not 22. Actually, no, it's even less than that, because Cloud has 20% cost reduction, so it's 8 and 8. So it would be 16? Yeah. And then I'm going to cast Fyra, and I'm going to get most of my MP back from that, so it's around 20 I need total. Something like that. Yeah.
This is where
Because I'm going to Fyra one of these Whispers in one shot. So the way the Whispers work is they want you to pressure them with magic, and then stagger them with magic, and then kill them. Because we're in a New Game Plus state, we have enough strength or magic to just burst through and one-shot them, as long as we're not using magnified spells. So the first wave, what we're going to do is somersault the A, B, and C with Tifa, and then we're going to fire a Whisper D with Cloud. And Somersault has a surprisingly wide hitbox. It's not as rectangular as you might think. It's pretty close to a square, to be honest. So what we can do is we can take out 3 of them, and then Cloud will take the other one out with Fyra. The reason we're doing this is if we kill all 4 immediately, or if we kill 1 and then kill the remaining 3 all at the same time, we can avoid spawning an additional wave of Whispers. And the problem isn't that it spawns an additional wave and we don't have enough ATB or whatever to manage it. It's that they take a while to spawn in and actually be damageable. So we're just trying to not lose time to having to pick off those remaining ones. Worst comes to worst, we'll spawn them all at once at the very least, so we can proceed right into things. So we're going to skip these 2 cutscenes and do the thing. To Whisper D, B, fire up. We want to see double impale here, which we got. Nice. Alright, so we're going to try and get Tifa to parry slide through this invisible wall. Nice. Okay. That's actually... could have been better, but I slid off Tifa. That was almost really good. So the Enigmatic Whisper here functions really extremely differently. We need to stagger one of the regular Whispers to pressure the Enigmatic Whisper. The more regular Whispers we stagger, the longer he'll stay in pressure. We can extend the pressure state by attacking him or hitting him with spells. What we're going to aim to do here is Blizzara magnify the 3 in front of me, which won't kill. I'll kill one of them manually, and then I'll Blizzara magnify again, which will hit the Enigmatic Whisper with that ice, causing a stagger. Nice.
Going in.
Into somersault on you. So we're going to hold still with Cloud here, because the ice will get the stagger. Oh, that's so stupid. Okay. So I accidentally switched to Tifa when I was trying to hold down for the cutscene skip, which made the cutscene take a little bit longer, so that's unfortunate. Sub 44, I'll take it.
All right.
Pretty happy with that.
Huh?
Especially with how awful that arena was.
I'm ready.
It was theoretically a little bit quicker because the enemies spawned in faster, but it's extremely hard to manipulate your ATB management. Without refocus, refocus really is what makes the arena go round. You can do it with Skillmaster and ATB Stagger, but you've got to remember all your moves are 1,000 ATB a pop. But if you use Refocus, you split it into thirds. So it's, instead of a 2,000 point bar of 1,000, 1,000, it's 650, 650, 700. So you have a lot more ATB to go around. And ATB Stagger does give you 2,700, but if you do any more than 2 moves back to back, you're not going to fully refill your bar.
Alright, people. You sure you ready?
Yes, I don't know. But most of the time you need to select down. Luckily I didn't do the stupid thing. We're going to try and do a save load here, but I most likely will miss it, which is okay. It's very difficult to hit this save load. Game really doesn't want you to do this one.
That means more security officers.
We might actually be able to hit this. My visual cue is telling me I should be on the right spot for it. Nice! So what happens here is this allows us to interact with Tifa immediately, instead of waiting for the ID card scan to happen.
Thanks.
This saves around 20-ish seconds, but probably closer to 18 or 19, since you need to confirm visually whether you're too early or too late. If you're too early, you can open the menu and save load, then you just lose 5 seconds, because you save load and then walk into it normally and have to wait for the laser cycle. If you do it too late, it's a bit better, because you open up the skip or the resume menu. Shoot me. Shoot me. There we go. I just need to take a little bit of damage here. Okay. Blizzard again. Right, everything's dead. Good to go. We don't have to use Blizzard there, but I do it to make sure I rip through them quickly enough. I need to take just a little bit of damage here. It really doesn't matter how much. I just need to take enough so that I can cure buffer with Tifa. So there's a concept called potion lagging, but in this instance, it's going to be cure lagging, because we don't have access to items. You can lag a character behind that's supposed to trigger a cutscene by using a healing item, just any item in general, or a cure spell on a character that's moving. So right here, Tifa is what's supposed to trigger the cutscene where we look through the fence and bear it. So we're actually going to make Cloud take some damage on purpose, and then we're going to use Tifa to heal him, which will hold her back. You kind of see where she's held back on that little, much further back. What it'll do is delay this cutscene pretty significantly. And then I'll be able to get run speed much quicker because of how, the way that the run speed and stuff works. Saves a good 5-ish seconds. You can push the cure just a little bit longer than I did, but if Tifa hits the cutscene trigger, or you hit it with Cloud, I think, Tifa will start moving, and her cure will be instantaneous, and she won't get held still. Want to switch over to Barret here. If you get really lucky, Barret will stay right next to the edge of the combat area. That was a pretty good one.
Everybody on the same.
Overall, this chapter's pretty nice so far, but that has yet to be seen, to be perfectly honest. This chapter can be very brutal. Very, very brutal. There's a couple of rooms where the camera glitches out. Some of the enemies can just flat out dodge ice spells. Luckily, that's going to stop being a problem after this area. It's kind of the last place we're going to be using Ice Magnify. We do have the same issue sometimes with fire, but we'll be using lightning and wind a lot after this. So it's just this part of the game. This first spawning there kind of sucks. We're going to get a bad camera movement because of it. Okay. I didn't mean to do that. So you can slide right into this cutscene. What I was trying to do was avoid buffering an uppercut. What I wanted to do was spawn Cloud right next to the cutscene and have Tifa push him into it. I was overthinking it. I really should have just slid right into it. Excuse me? Oh, wow. This is really good flee timer, but my movement was really bad. So we attack and roll back so rats have enough time to catch up. So that way, they're a lot closer to the cross strike, and that way the chances of them getting hit by the ice is a lot higher. So we're going to attack, roll Blizzard, strike. Okay.
That's the way to do it.
You could use Blizzara there. It's a little bit quicker, but I'm trying to get quick put away, so. Cloud did take some damage, so that's actually beneficial. HP boost. Blizzara into Tifa's somersault. And went and I did that backwards, but whatever. We need the Blizzaras to get rid of the Garage Strike Queen. Cloud did take damage, so we're good there.
Those things really creep.
We want to do Dr. Dummerung. Then we don't need to do any... No, we do actually. Stupid idiot. Into, what? Thunder. Whoa, never mind. Thundaga. Wrong. Thundaga.
Out.
I'm used to doing the menu up there, which is probably what I'll go back to doing. There's a save load that you can do when the game's looking at the Flame Trooper. Saves a little bit of time, but I find that there's a weird camera bug that happens in this fight, where when you try to move, the game spins the camera around a whole 360 degrees. So you lose track of where you're going, and it makes Tifa just spin in circles. It's really silly. ATB boost, catastrophe. Okay, we want you to heal Cloud, open the door. So preferably Barrett will heal buffer himself, but in this situation we can just get Cloud to do it. Anytime game? Okay, that's my fault. I didn't know if he was in the cutscene trigger, so I tried to walk him back into it. We can grab the crates there to buff Barrett's damage, but it's 4 to 5 seconds. And to be honest, all you really need to do is uppercut an additional time on the legs. So with Crab Warden, he is weak to lightning, but the front legs have really high physical defense but low magic defense, and the rear legs have really high magic defense but low physical. So we're going to zip around the back with Tifa and just punch the rear legs a bunch of times until they break. And then in phase 2, we're going to spam spells on the front 2 legs so that they'll automatically stagger. If we break 2 legs at once under specific conditions, we can cause Crab Warden to instantly stagger because of a weird carryover bug where you'll get additional stagger if you meet certain conditions. It's kind of hard to explain. The game is weird. Thundera. So we want Cloud's Thundera to go off first, so we gotta be careful about that. We'll just cure Tifa here. Barrett's already below max MP, so it doesn't matter at this point. You need to micromanage Barrett's MP if you're on Steel Pincers, because you will lose a lot of damage by losing out on that 20%. But when he's on God or Gumrung, it's a lot less. This, strike. Okay. Awesome. Sometimes Cloud one-shots that trooper. I normally use that trooper to rush slash across the room. What? A 52 ladder? 51, 59? Excuse me? Sure, whatever you say, game. I can't wait. I'm gonna be really mad when this dies in a stupid way. What? That's it right there. That's the stupid way. Uppercut. Strike. Uppercut. True strike. And then we want to beat this out. Trigger an ATB boost. True strike. Okay. What is going on? Okay, that's the other leg, so we're gonna fun to go with Cloud here. How do I want to do this? Back and away, I think. Thundera, Thundera, Thundera. That's not the way you want to do that, but whatever. There we go. Worked out anyway, whatever. You normally start on that right front leg and Thundera with Tifa, which is fast enough to interrupt the missile barrage. Thundaga is probably better to start with because it takes a little bit longer to cast, but it's very hard to avoid getting hit by the missile barrage in that case. Thunder, true strike. Okay. 53-30. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
What a start. Yeah, hitting that save load is a huge time save.
You bump into
It's
any
not
trouble
enough to
by
make
collecting
a bad run good.
Yeah.
Or, well, it's not enough to make a bad run great, or, like, world record pace, but it is enough to turn around a rough run. It can put a bad run back into reasonable pace. This run was already pretty decent outside of Chapter 4. Chapter 4 Annex fight went kind of awkward, but worked out just fine. I got through it without too big of an issue. Probably should have just fired off that cross slash, though, without a second thought. I could have killed the sweepers more consistently. I panicked and changed my targeting, which is what you're not supposed to do. You need to blizzard out that back sweeper, so I kind of did that to myself.
Below us.
The troopers, on the other hand, was not
Just
within my
down,
control, though.
okay?
Easy for you
Alright,
to
I'm gonna
say.
stand up real quick and take a standing break. Oof. Big old tum-tum.
Section G's through here, huh? Hey, you see something over
I
there?
do have a garbage bag, so in terms of like marathons, I would most likely need to stand up and stretch. It's a
Maybe
4.5
the
hour
birds didn't
run.
hatch
Sitting
because
down
there's
for the
not
entire
enough
run is
calories.
not healthy for me.
Gotta figure this out.
Too long of a standing break, but I will need enough mic lead for that to stand up. There might
Hey,
even,
guys, instructions
most
for
likely
the
bathroom
lights.
breaks are not
Sun,
necessary,
the
but there could be a
closest.
chance
Gotta put
since
out
it is a
But if
longer
we go
run.
An hour later.
That's true.
Let's go.
All
Anyway,
these lamps.
so that's cool.
I think that we
We're gonna
have
dip
to
down the ladder
balance
here
the
and go shut off the first light.
If the
Oh, we're gonna be shutting off lights here so we have enough power to ride the elevator across. Most of this area is tifaparry.exe. So if you're wondering about the movement, that's actually Tifa's parry materia. There is just a parry materia in general. It gives you a different dodge
Okay.
when you're guarding and trying to dodge roll at the same time. Clouds is a side flip, which is pretty decent in boss fights. And it's has a much higher tolerance, so it's pretty much impossible to get knocked out of. Not just for Cloud, but I mean the parry in general. Barrett like steps forward and elbows. I think it's a little bit different if he has a gun, but I'm not sure. Aerith does a little dash forward with a magic shield, and Tifa does this, which moves at the speed of light. Unfortunate time, but whatever. You can get much further than that. So the flee timer is randomly between 3 to 6 seconds. So we don't, since we don't have to do almost any of these fights, what we're looking for is the max amount of flee time in almost every situation. There are some cases where we can make it in like 4 to 5 seconds, but it requires good parries, so it's kind of
Hey,
hard.
let's take a moment to get our
Um,
bearings.
But what we're doing is a combination of Tifa's parrying and canceling it over and over again with uppercut.
We're still in.
Yeah.
Uppercut can be canceled by parry and vice
Go
versa.
for 10.
So we're
The only
canceling
other
out
work that I can
only
think
the
of
very
would be-
first into the parry, so that we only get the very
Along the wall.
initial
giving
start
up.
of it with a high
So
momentum
we're
boost,
shooting for those
and then
giant
just
bags
executing
where
that
we're
over and
at.
over again, so we get much
families
further than the game would like us to
Keeping the place
normally.
air clean by pushing the smog into the slums.
To the point where there's actually a few soft walks, also nicely posed. Okay, that was really awful too. That's a 3-second timer. I guess the game's
Hey,
getting back
look.
at me for having
I
such a
think we
godlike
can climb
chapter
onto that
5.
pipe.
Sure seems that way.
Okay.
Damn it.
Do a little stretch here in a
No
second.
fear, no fear.
Barrett is going to be on steel pincers for the early game. The thing is, Catastrophe is based on physical damage. Okay.
Little fear.
But basically, most of our damage output is through magic because enemies have multipliers on it.
Hey,
We only
guys.
have 2 stat up
Hell no.
hits
I'm just.
Enough.
throughout the entire course of the game. Barrett does have luck up for now.
No worse than
It
a
will
windy
boost
day,
his
huh?
crit rate by
One
40%,
with a
but
tornado warning, maybe.
that starts
Don't
to
look
be
at the
less
fan.
important
Whatever you do.
than
Right.
having enough MP to cast enough spells, have ATB building materia, or just having magic materia in general so that he's got more flexibility. So, yeah.
Made it through in one piece.
Think that took a couple years off my life. Not really. Couple seconds, maybe. 3 tops.
Ooh.
Section H is just up ahead. Slow and steady, guys.
And that's our objective?
The cargo platform?
So,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one.
we're now on Lightning Magnify, Lightning MP Absorb. We'll be doing this doubling down throughout the rest of the game with Cloud. Because he has a 20% damage bonus when
By
at
the
max
light of these
MP and a
magnificent
20% cost reduction
we
for
shall lead
offensive
our brothers and
spells.
sisters of the
We end up
Undercity
putting
to a
ourselves in a
brighter
situation where
future.
Tier 1 and Tier 2 spells
what?
pay for
It's
themselves to
from a
the point
speech
where he's at max
President
MP
Shinra
all
gave
the
talking
time,
about the importance
so that he hits extra hard. Luckily in this area it's not super duper important.
Leading us down a one-way path to
Thunder,
darkness and death.
unfortunate, but whatever. You can usually get away with Thundiga Magnify, but those Garage Strikes move in very awkward ways, so it kind of messes with things. What?
That it?
We can move this catwalk.
Yeah! Lined it up perfect. Which way to the
Good
next
run,
one?
If
honestly.
we can't make
Overall.
sense of this place, we're gonna get lost.
Let's switch over to Tifa here. So we gotta get to this other switch over here. There we go. Oh, that's... Dude, the flea timers have been horrendous. Oh, boy. Well, I don't think I've ever turned this switch off within the first hour, so that's nice.
Is that the Sector 4 slums down there?
Huh?
Too bad
You wanna
we got
check them out sometime?
3.5
I
left.
can show you around.
But we're gonna roll forward here on purpose. We actually want to make sure Cloud gets out of combat, because there is a chance I can do link both of these fights up. Oh, okay, never mind, not anymore. That was just really bad movement on my part. Unfortunate.
We're right back where we started.
I don't know if I could have linked both of them. You're trying. It's one of those trying to exit combat things and maintaining Tifa
It's a
movement.
shame we had to wander around so much.
If you link both of those fights together, you want to warp Cloud over to kill the turrets.
Yeah.
Because if you leave him, just try and have him cast at a distance, the game is really, really stupid about spells and likes to be within a certain distance, even if the spell is long range and requires no line of sight. So Cloud takes a very long time to cast Thunder on those turrets, and you need to kill all 4 of the turrets so that Cloud properly spawns next to Tifa instead of on the platform above.
Why you always gotta get our way?
You can use Thunder Magnify to get the same effect here. Thunder Magnify is just safer in general. What you're trying to do is get these spawned-in enemies to not spawn, or to kill the turrets quickly enough that you can get into the ladder well and climb up it before the enemies fully spawn in. Which means we can take advantage of them to flee away as well and save some time.
The best thing you can do to speed up recovery is to kick Shinra ass first day.
Parries are so bad. This is my fault.
For Wedge too.
Pretty decent timer, too bad I suck.
He knew we might be late, so he came up with a few ways to kill time.
We ought to reach him long before he dies aboard.
And we're back at the cargo platform.
Get ready, Mako Reactor 5. We're coming.
Auxiliary?
Alright, so that's the end of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. This is one of the worst chapters in the game because your time loss is basically dictated by the flea timer. To some extent, it is dictated by your how well your uppercut parries are going. Parry sailing,
Wonder what the
whatever you want to
reactor's
call it.
like.
Everybody seems to have their own terminology. I do it when I lock onto an enemy and attack them at a distance with Cloud. I call that a rush slash, and most people are like, "What?" I'm like, "That? What do you mean?" It's like it makes sense because you're locking on an enemy and rushing towards them, right? For movement tech, you're not trying to attack, and it's way annoying having to go like lock on and all that other stuff. So that is the worst way to handle that. Thunder, True Strike, Thunder, Thunder. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing there. Oh, such. Out of all of the things, I cast the worst spell possible.
Okay.
Thundiga?
For us up ahead.
Dude, just the magnified Thundiga would have been fine.
Even after all that fighting, no one's coming for us?
I don't need it.
I'm a dum-dum.
Shinra City. Probably have cameras.
Alright,
everywhere.
well, let's try and pull it back together in
Why
Chapter
didn't you
7 and
say
not be an
something
idiot.
sooner?
Way too late to bail now.
Luckily, that's at the very end of the chapter. Normally, casting Thundiga without Magnify is a death sentence because it screws up your MP route so bad
Good at it.
that you can't recover the 20% damage buff. And given certain fights, you can end up with a really awful damage range. Like, really bad, so you gotta be careful about it.
Didn't think I'd be this nervous.
You could also add MP up on to fix that a little bit. Or just any materia that boosts your MP in general. Remember that the Shinra crates that give you a Mako refill are only 10%. So the higher your MP total, the more you get out of it. It does take longer to open those boxes unless you're kicking with parrying with Tifa. So like slashing him with Cloud is very slow. That's why I've switched over to the MP Absorb route. I'm a very slow learner, but once I realize how good something is, I shut the hell up and start doing it. Stripe has some very good routing options. And I'm very stubborn about changing my route. So we're going to do a save load here. And what this will do is save us from having to stare at Airbuster for a bazillion hours. Pretty nice. Save load there. Shout out to Steam Cam that found that. Nice little visual cue. Make that consistent.
Got some who can clear it out. This is gonna alright. Watch and learn.
Would kill for a shower. Almost there.
So one of the issues with Synergy retargeting is the timing is somewhat random. So the problem is, you see right there where Barrett rolls to do the attack first. You end up in a situation where most of the time the AI rolls, but if the AI decides not to roll, they cast nearly instantaneously. So you need to learn to react to the spell of popping up above the character's head.
Oh yeah, another one in the bag.
I don't know and I don't care.
So, it was like this last time?
Down the
A
ladder.
little more chaotic, ain't that right?
Yeah.
So we got a couple of troopers here. We want to have full MP so that we can one-shot this. If I cast the spells properly here, everything should get one-shot. I'll probably just cast the Thunder back up because I haven't gotten it in the last couple of runs. You have to both Thundiga Magnify with Cloud, Thundera with Tifa, and then do nothing with Barrett. You need to do the spells and nothing with Barrett specifically because the Shock Troopers can activate a dodge ability if you're physically attacking them, whether that be you or the AI. So give me a second here. Over, switch back. Yeah, that Shock Trooper usually survives. If you do the spell casting right, the Elite Shock Trooper will get flung back in on top of the other two and get multi-hit by their Thundiga as well. Sometimes that left rear Shock Trooper for some reason survives, and I'm not quite sure what causes it. I'm not sure if Tifa's... I think Barrett's Thunder is what's supposed to kill that one. I can't remember, though. So we're going to Star Shower right off the bat here into an ATB boost. And then move. Thunder. Okay. So you want to Thunder... you want to make sure you're Thunder magnifying the Elite Shock Troopers. For two reasons.
Over here.
One, because then you're making sure you're hitting the strongest enemy. So if there's more than a few enemies left in that, you're at least making sure you tag a Elite Shock Trooper. The other thing is Barrett's follow-up targets the thing that you cast on, so that you make sure that between the Thunder Magnify and the Thunder Synergy, you should be able to kill. Unless he manages to potion in a weird way, or has really high HP values. But luckily that worked out. Normally, when an Elite Shock Trooper's alive, you actually need to use Thundera Magnify to make sure he goes down in one hit. But luckily, Tifa hit him a few times with the Disorder. Or not Disorder, but the Star Shower. Star Shower is a really strong move that has a nice AoE. Also buffs the next move by 70% as long as it's input within a reasonable time frame. I'll talk about it a little bit more later, but Star Shower plus, limit is incredibly potent. And it's actually part of the reason why Goddard Umrung on Tifa really isn't that bad. Okay, open the door, open the door, open the door.
That was easy.
I was mashing triangle, the game just takes a while to open the door sometimes. Okay, we're gonna ignore that. Grab this. Nope.
Enough.
Okay. So that guy takes a while to get off the console no matter what you do. So I do a specific set of commands so that I usually get him pretty quickly. Tifa's Star Shower is what's going to kill him. I'm trying to just stand over here next to the console so I can switch it as soon as possible. This next fight's a little bit tricky too. The Shock Trooper plus double turret can be pretty annoying. Thundiga Magnify will put the Shock Trooper on the floor and keep him in a pressured state. Then I'm just going to follow up with a Catastrophe. The reason we use Thundiga Magnify is to keep the Elite Shock Trooper from dodging Catastrophe, pretty much. That's the easy way to put it. So right here, want to hit the button.
Ain't got nothing
So we got a couple of enemy groups in here. We have enough that we're going to Thunder a Magnify, and then Thunder, Magnify, and True Strike. Kind of want to delay the True Strike just a little bit, so that you have plenty of time to get back to full movement speed.
We're about
If you do it too soon, Cloud will do the standing put away thing.
times.
Oh no.
So the trick here is micromanaging your inputs and timing them so that it works out properly. Sonic Strikers is right here, which is one of the better, well, not one of the better equipment. It's good early on because of the materia. A lot of the weapons I will be using, but only as a way to preset my materia equipment. HP boost, overrun, under. You hit the button now.
Bunch of pushovers. Come on, y'all. Let's see.
Normally, with an MP up, you'll always have max MP here, but unfortunately, you just can't hit it consistently. It does lose you out on 20% damage, which makes your damage range a little bit higher. Excuse me? Interesting. So I do make sure to switch to Barret and cast Catastrophe. Uh-oh. That's a little bit worrisome. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Another one is
okay with that. I gotta be careful here. Let me take a look at everybody's HP. I can't heal anymore with Tifa. I can't heal with Barret after this fight, because I'm actually gonna take his steel pincers off. Well, I guess I can heal after this fight if I really want to, but whatever, we're good to go. Will you stop it? So we're just gonna chill out over here, not because I'm afraid of getting hit, just to like make sure they all get grouped up. As long as you change characters during dialogue, you don't lose any time. So you can cancel out uppercut really early. So parry is really busted in this version. I'm practicing movement for the boss so that I'm ready to do it. Wrong. EKG no. Goddard to Tifa yes. Synergy into DMAC. Sometimes it's better to check the menu, but sometimes I'm talking too much and not thinking enough. Alright, so we got Synergy first, Refocus, Iron, Metal, Mithril? Okay. So Cloud does look like he's not going to have max MP, but that's not going to be the case. We have a Sweeper here that I'm going to suck dry. I swapped out Magnify for Synergy, so Cloud's going to get a lot of free shots here. Okay. So what I did there is I canceled Focus Strike as soon as it made contact. We're gonna be... You can use that, but the problem is canceling it out with a parry kick like that will stop ATB Assist from activating. Matter of fact, Focus Strike is already kind of jank as it is, and you actually need to do a normal attack in between Focus Strikes to get ATB Assist to activate. So, ATB Assist is... Get out of the way. ATB Assist can be very strong, but it's usually best with Cloud. It works pretty well with Tifa when you're Synergy spamming. Focus Strike's a pretty cool move, not because it pushes additional stagger, but because when it makes contact, you get 700 ATB back from it. You can multi-hit with it, but it's incredibly hard to set that up consistently, so you're most likely only going to get the one back. Cloud has a different move that refunds ATB called Disorder. Disorder actually has two different attack versions, depending on what stance Cloud's in. Disorder is intended to switch him into Punisher and back out into Operator seamlessly, and does give some ATB refund, but it requires you using the god-awful weapon Nailbat, and it's really hard to get it, so you'll never see it outside of a New Game Plus hard run.
3, 2, 1.
But it's a very quick move, does decent damage, and refunds ATB. Very good for Synergy triggers and ATB Assist triggers. Because Synergy is so busted in the Intergrade version, plus Assist being on the table, it just makes it crazy. Right now, though, Cloud's casting, so we can't take full advantage of the Assist without doing some weird stuff and making Tifa the caster, so it's not really worth the effort. We're going to start with a Thunder, a True Strike here to pressure Airbuster, so nobody gets stunned by his little lightning balls. And then we're going to do the thing. Okay. That's bad. That's very bad. That was really high damage. Okay, I think I can get 2 focus strikes here. Okay, that was really awkward, but it worked. The thing is, Cloud did way more damage than he was supposed to, so he pushed Airbuster back quicker. You're supposed to be able to true strike into double focus, but when Cloud crits, he crits. And the boss goes down. Thundaga, Thundera, Thundera, Thundera. Thundaga. Crit, please. Thank you. Unfortunately, the wrong crits. Okay, damage range is too low. Cloud's gonna have to follow up here. That was a pretty scuff fight. Wasn't bad, but it was pretty scuff. This. Iron, no. Metal, no. No. To, wrong. Disorder. Blade Burst, SD, triple. Alright, decent enough. So Cloud's going to be using more of an auxiliary damage unit here. Aerith's magic stat is like 100 higher when she's at full setup. Double magic up, all that stuff. So Cloud's going to be our auxiliary damage unit. We boost, whatever. Luckily, we don't really lose any time here. Reno's on a timer. We can't hit the early spawn with him, so it doesn't really matter. The only way you can hit the early spawn is by using fire spells. And I don't think you can one-shot with Iron Blade. So...
Be careful!
If you position yourself properly here, you can make him start the phase as soon as he jumps back, but I haven't done it in literally forever. I got it a couple of times, like, right after I found out, but I haven't done the movement right ever since then. What am I doing? I was, like, trying to skip a cutscene, but I got a cross slash first. So you may have noticed that self-destruct didn't kill me. There's a reason for that. Okay.
Here!
So it's fully set up now. We had both magic ups on to increase Cloud's damage. Aerith doesn't need it until after this, so there was no reason to strip it off Cloud. It just makes things more complex.
Maybe we can get out that way.
It's just better to split the menu, to be honest. You could theoretically do all the menuing before Reno, but it's going to slow down the fight a little bit. Without that extra 50% magic bonus, Cloud's damage goes down quite a bit. It makes it very hard to hit all the damage ranges. So what happened is we abused enemy skill there. Enemy skill is a pretty interesting little thing that you won't see in any other category. It's not worth it in New Game Plus, easy or normal, and it's pretty much impossible to set it up reliably in New Game runs. And the enemy's HP is not low or not high enough in easy or normal to be needed.
Run!
Okay.
Also, if you set up the camera in the position that I have right now, you can do some movement after you cut the chandelier. If you make sure to hold it after the chandelier hits the floor, so you can do some movement blind. Saves a little bit of time there. I also I have Ice Elemental, which, like I said earlier, I took Elemental off Mithril Saber, so it stays equipped to a lot of different weapons. Elemental just helps close damage ranges in a lot of places. That extra 23% damage can be very beneficial. It's quite surprising. Okay?
More of those things.
So, hopefully we can get Aerith to push us. Well, it most likely won't happen, though. Right here, she can push you in front of her, but most often... Oh,
Need to stay ahead of
unfortunate. I slid off of her. It's really hard to get the full ride. Just kind of staggering behind here, so... Go, slip right around her. All we're trying to do is get out of the church before to cancel her dialogue early.
I think, actually, I don't know. Let's just go, okay? See that pillar? Shall we mosey?
Let's.
Shortens it very fairly significantly. You can get her to push you all the way
What's next
forward,
for
but
you?
it's really hard to
Little bit of
ride it.
bodyguard
And it's not consistent, because sometimes she'll just bounce
After
right
that,
off you and push
it's
around
back
you
to the second
immediately,
7 slot.
instead of pushing you forward.
No
So it's
thanks.
not a matter of just learning it, it's also reacting to
course
the
you do.
randomness of her actually
from earlier.
interacting with you properly
It was one
instead
of
of just
Shinra's
pushing
Turks.
you away and bouncing
What's a
off of
Turk,
you
all of you?
immediately.
Dunno. Hey.
So,
Don't Turks
Iron
keep
Blade
an
has a
eye
very
out for
specific
potential soldiers
setup
and stuff?
that basically is
They
going
do
to
more than
remain
discover
unchanged for
Kennedy.
most of the game.
Turks get called
I
in
will
to
be
handle all
switching into
kinds of
Lightning
situations
Elemental for Chapter
with extreme
17, but for the
prejudice.
most part, not going to be an issue.
Professional bad guys. Gotta love them.
Keep
Back
going,
to my
Cloud.
question. So what's he do?
Sometimes compound camera changes.
Looked like you knew
Like
each
I said earlier, your movement
Maybe
is
he thought I'd
related
be
to the
the
camera.
greatest soldier
When the game
yet.
moves the camera for you, it'll just eat input sometimes and just
Forget it.
decide you're not holding the right angle
You mad?
because the camera changed. So
I
even when you're not
actually
controlling the camera,
haven't
sometimes you
traveled
have
by
to
rooftop before.
be ready to
Be
change your
surprised if you
angle
have.
as you're moving. It's kind of
honestly
annoying.
Kind of exciting.
Well, first time and all.
Climb down this, and then we got to back. Open
Wait.
here.
Give me a
So
moment.
what I'm abusing is a complex setup. Ice Elemental to boost our magic damage a little bit. Enemy skill HP absorb, and the key ingredient is a
Those
twofold
words
part
of a soldier
besides
candidate?
enemy skill itself. It's actually subversion warding so that we evade instant death and take a bunch of self damage instead.
Rusty.
I'll go
And then
first.
we also abuse the reprieve ability. That's the wrong thing. We abuse the reprieve ability on Iron Blade. Iron Blade meets all of the criteria we need. It's
That was
super nice.
unexpected.
It has decently high enough physical attack, but it's not enough that it's like
Huh.
attacking is better physically. But it's enough that like
No,
Blade
but-
Burst and
Too dangerous?
Too much. Maybe
elemental
I've
bonus
been-
damage is enough to
people
get us
all
going
that
where we want to
passion.
go.
Oh.
Self-destruct is a very good tool for massive damage output, but it's mainly for bosses that we use it. Triple Slash
This time
is
I'll
kind
go
of good.
first.
Triple Slash has a
What's
weird
wrong?
quirk where it
I
actually
can't
gets
count on you
debuff
usually.
when it
about
hits the
this?
same enemy
See for
multiple
yourself.
times. The second slash goes down to 50, and the last slash goes down to 10%.
Maybe
of
I'll
its,
go on ahead and
normal
leave you
damage,
all by your
But the
lonesome.
enemy, or
Just
elemental damage does not
Maybe
scale
you shouldn't talk.
with that,
Then
so it
you
doesn't
talk.
face the debuff.
Tell me
So
a
triple
story.
slashing with high magic weapons actually does
Enough
more
for free.
damage,
Cheapskate.
as long as elementals added into the mix, because the elemental damage does not hit debuff. So Mithril Saber triple slashes with elemental hit a little bit harder than they probably should.
Gotcha.
Same with Iron Blade.
You're
It does
killing
take
me
both
here.
It does take both physical and magical attack into account when elemental does its calculations, but it's mainly
Here goes
based on the
nothing.
magic. So enemy skill is the main gimmick here. We will be using Blade Burst, Triple Slash, and Disorder a little bit. Disorder will be triggering Assist and Synergy magic. Like I covered earlier before Airbuster, we can
closer to
spam
distortion.
Disorder pretty quickly
Even so,
to not only
I'll
trigger
probably
ATB
run
Assist
into
over and over again, but to also trigger Synergy over and over again in rapid succession. Disorder into Berserk 1 is one of the most potent boss starts when you have Eris in the party in Intergrade. The reason is both Disorder and Berserk will trigger Synergy, and Disorder will refund some ATB, so as long as you have First Strike, you can pretty safely Disorder into Synergy, or Disorder into Berserk on almost every boss, and get 2 tier 1 spells plus Berserk plus the Disorder and the Assist activation. So when you're in a party with Aerith and Tifa, it becomes even more potent. But for the most part right now, Disorder into Berserk's a really good combo with Aerith in the party. There's some places it doesn't work or isn't needed because we really don't need the ATB Assist activation. But it is a
There's a
really
Shinra
good
dump
wombo
site
combo
up
with
ahead.
Synergy.
Not the kind of
Especially
place
if you have
anyone would
Aerith lay down an
ever choose
Arcane
to
Ward right
hang
off the
around
bat.
But a great place
That's
to
4
roll up.
spells plus Berserk damage plus Disorder. So it usually puts bosses in a pressured state and just kind of makes them extremely vulnerable right off the bat.
in. Oh, look here.
It's a really good gambit. Though probably a little bit too overpowered. So I do have healing on Cloud. Normally you don't want to have healing with your lead character.
That didn't work. Maybe it's
Because it
broken.
does hold Cloud still
Probably
instead of moving.
round two.
and it takes a little bit longer too because it has to reach the target, just like the cure buffer earlier. So we want to avoid healing with Cloud if we're going to be moving anywhere. There are plenty of slow points between chapters 8, 9, 10, and 11 where I can get away with healing and not lose too much time. But it's mainly in 8 and 9. Once Tifa joins the party, I'm going to be using her to heal for the most part. So we're going to Sword Storm right here. And since all the hedgehogs go after Aerith, it's pretty much a guaranteed one-shot. You may have noticed her HP jumped back up. So Aerith does have the 20% damage bonus when at max MP. But what she doesn't have is the cost reduction that most of the other mithril weapons is. They did put that on Silver Staff, but the stats on Silver are way too low for it to be worth it. Because of the magic ups and the Fury Ring multiplier, you end up losing a lot of damage.
You're in for it.
Don't have time.
You'll want to make
Honestly, there's enough
Final
MP
word
crates,
on
and
it.
if you're really that concerned about it, Magnify Spell plus MP Absorb for the same element will keep you floating in MP. Bloodsucker is actually really nice. It gives you a 5% MP recovery on enemy kill. So Aerith does a lot of killing, so she gets hit while we're fleeing a lot of the time, but it ends up balancing out because she murders a lot of enemies throughout the course of the run, like right there. I didn't even intend for her to make that kill, but she gets her HP back pretty quickly. Switch. So I do need to heal her every now and again when she gets really mobbed and doesn't get any kills.
Too bright?
So yeah, a lot of these kills, I need to kind of delay her input. Normally you'd have to delay it for some of the enemies having HP locks, but the PS5 and PS4 have different timings. Not only because of the frame rate, but because of the weird thing. In the PS4 version, it's like a very slim chance the AI will jump before it casts a spell. It's the inverse in the Intergrade version. If an AI character doesn't jump before a spell, you got very lucky / unlucky, basically. So if you have a very particular angle here, like 85 degrees to the right with a little bit of up input, you can move over these handlebars in one go without stopping. But it's really hard to hit without any notches. Just kind of you have to do it by feel. We're gonna head into town here and take a little break.
Nice work.
We gotta be walking around town, so
Yes,
we're gonna
you're
wait for this
home
little
free.
No need for
cutscene
thanks.
to happen, and then move around a bit. So
You're
I'm gonna
getting
mute
paid
right
right now.
here, and I'll be back.
Huh?
Oh.
Should be able to relax a little now.
Don't forget about the Turks.
Ah,
Could come at us any time. Keep an eye out.
what are they watching?
Hey!
My lights have been on the front.
I made it first roll the time.
You heard what they said on TV?
What could they
I'm
possibly
standing
be
inside the
trying to
gutted shell of
accomplish?
Mako Reactor 5.
They're working for Wutai, isn't it obvious?
There's still a lot of smoke rising
using
from the rubble.
spies so they don't have to break
While
the
fallen
ceasefire.
beams and other debris
I'm telling
continue to
you,
hinder
those
rescue
foreign
efforts,
devils are
the
trying to
fires
start
appear to
another
have been
war.
mostly
So if we
extinguished.
help catch the bombers, we get a reward
Over
or
there.
something?
That's the director of
Yeah.
Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse me,
gloom.
ma'am, but
But
would
we're
you mind
safe
answering a
down
few
here,
questions?
right?
They're targeting reactors. There's no
Can you give
reason
us any
for them to
updates
attack
on the status of the reactor?
So,
What
when
kind
are
of
the trains
damage did
gonna
it
start
suffer
up
in the
again?
explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgar.
And given that this group has now attacked 2 reactors in quick succession, can they really be stopped before they strike again?
What do you think? Have no fear. Shinra will keep Midgar safe.
Okay, time's up!
All right, let's go.
Those Avalanche guys are unbelievable. Without the reactors, how are we supposed to live?
We need to stand up and fight against anyone who tries to destroy our way of life.
Oh, what timing. Mind lending me a hand?
Place is really hopping, huh?
Nice side effect of the train situation. So, what do you say?
I'd love to, but... I help out every now and then. It's fun.
Aerith!
Well, well. What are you doing all the way up there?
Was trying to get a look at the reactor. Who's this guy?
This is Cloud. He's a mercenary. And currently my bodyguard. That's Oates.
See you.
2 peas in a pod.
Aerith!
So, what are you guys up to?
We all went to see the reactor.
Decent.
Oh, that's right. You're supposed to come by the house.
What for?
I don't know. You're just supposed to.
Well, guess we have a new destination. I should probably explain.
New
The Leaf House
destination.
is the local orphanage.
So we gotta be careful with the
That's where all
movement
these
here.
kids
If we get
live.
too far forward,
Hey, Aerith, where'd you go?
Tifa won't
church again?
walk forward
time,
immediately.
we
You
should all
have to
go
be
together.
like closer to her.
What?
So right
Hello,
here,
Aerith.
we just gotta wait for this
Popular
dialogue
as
to
ever,
clear.
I see.
Apparently.
There's plenty of stuff
but they sure
to
keep
talk
me
about
on
here,
my toes.
but for the most part, this is where most runners take a
Better
quick
than
break
being bedridden.
because there's a
Thanks
longer
again for
walking
all those
segment here.
herbs. You've helped a lot of people.
I always take some bathroom
No
breaks
problem.
in these segments.
Anytime.
How
I guess
you
for a
managed
real
to
run, I'd
find
probably
so
be
many
sticking with
anyway?
cough drops for my throat rather than drinking water.
Oh, I have my
Not
ways.
normally a person known
Him?
for talking a
He's my
bunch unless I'm
bodyguard,
at an actual
just until I
event
get
or
home.
something.
And you're sure he's
Pretty,
up to it?
pretty quiet unless
Maybe.
I've got something to talk about. Also, interesting, this little NPC kid here follows
Since I'm
where
so
about this. If
generous,
you move
I
too
give
far
him medicinal
forward,
herbs for his patients
Tifa will move
sometimes.
it, or Aerith
Here's
will
the
move
Leaf
in between
House.
those two tables.
There you
And
are.
um, you have
Sorry
to
to be-
move
don't
behind
be.
her to get
Well,
her to
then,
head
no
over to the
problem.
Leaf
All
House.
you can what with all
So-
the I'm sure they will. Let's all wash
You
up
can't get
before
too
I'm
far
done.
ahead of her. We're gonna save load twice up here. The first one actually doesn't save a ton of time, but conjoined with the other one, it ends up saving more time. It's a pretty short dialogue. It's what it'll do is just gonna let us get full movement speed quicker.
So,
It used to be, from my understanding, that skipping the first save load was beneficial. Turns out, I guess, just doing both is quicker, surprisingly. So that gets us up to full movement speed. So yeah, Aerith is on a full set, full Monty. Lightning Magnify for the machines, Wind Magnify for Rude. We'll be toggling that into Lightning once we get into the next chapter. Magic Up, Magic Up. First Strike. She has ATB Stagger equipped, I believe. I believe she has an MP up so that we can avoid running out of MP.
my house is
We
just
don't
up
need to
this
grab
path.
any crates
home
normally
by
unless
now.
things go wrong.
So
She
I'll
does have
introduce
Soul
you.
Drain. So there are some fights where I can nick some extra MP with the Soul Drain ability. Soul Drain is one of the few ways you could naturally refill MP in a hard mode playthrough. You
There you
can
go.
reset
That's
fights
my
over and
house.
over again, and crates that have Mako shards will respawn. So if you reset a fight, you can go back and grab another crate and get another 10% MP back. Just remember, it's percentage based, so even if you like put the MP up on and then grab it and then take the MP up off, you'll lose that MP.
She's a handful, isn't she?
But we really don't need any HP ups for anybody but Tifa. Barrett, I think, gets one at some point, but it's mainly MP ups on
These
Aerith,
right here are my
and First
babies.
Strike, double magic up, and then usually... it depends on how aggressive you want to be, but you could set her up with all 4 elements, but I find that at any given time, she's only using 2. So it seems a little bit overkill to equip with all 4, but the other routing option is why bother unequipping and re-equipping? But if I have to toggle it between, if I have to toggle it around anyway, so that
don't be like
certain
that.
things are
I know you
magnified
have
and
an eye for this kind of
synergized,
thing.
then it's just
Did
not
I?
worth it for
People
me,
used
in
to
my
get these
opinion.
to declare their
If I have
loyalty
to go in the
one
menu and move it anyway, I don't really
Interesting,
care where
right?
it comes from as long as it goes to the right place. It'll save you a little bit of menuing, if you're just toggling it around
I
Aerith,
think
but
we
it really
still need a
depends
few
on where you
more.
equip stuff.
Which should we pick next?
Also, I make a specific routing choice where I leave MP Absorb on Cloud. You could give it to her for this segment, but really, you
She
only get the
said,
most
"As
out of
many as
MP
you can
Absorb
carry."
if you use
So
it with a
maybe a few
magnified
more?
materia or a synergized materia. So that would require double equipping a magic materia, so it seems a little bit overkill. With Cloud,
I think
you
we're
really
good.
only need the
What do you
one,
say?
and the
Shall
20%
we go?
buff pushes his damage high enough that he can just kind of burst through everything and refill his MP over and over again,
No
given
need
the
to
right
hurry.
conditions.
We're not
Aerith,
under the
her
gun or
damage is
anything.
just so stupid
I'm not
high.
cut out for this crap.
The
Sure you
20%
are.
bonus is a
And
lot,
you're
but I
done,
find
you'll
that she
be
just kills
drowning
most
in
stuff
job
anyway,
offers.
so... It would take very
So,
specific
how do
routing
you
for
think
me to
we'll
be
arrange
sold
these
on it. I'd have to
flowers?
see what Strife does.
Well,
Which
we'll
is
soon find out.
probably a dime to a dollar better than what I do. That's the one thing is that I think with New Game Plus Hard, Strife is the world record holder. Ian will probably beat me sooner or later because he's just better at playing the game. As long as he adapts a good route instead of just using a PS4 route on the PS5. Oops. Me, I'm just a grind monkey. Second place for the time being, but probably won't last for very
I
long.
remember you.
Where's Aerith?
The leaf.
Anyway, so we're going to be abusing self-destruct a lot. Blade Burst in some situation. Well, we're going to be abusing self-destruct on bosses, pretty much, or enemies with really big HP pools. The reason we're going to be using self-destruct is mainly because it has high
That's
damage
right.
output.
It's this guy
The limit
who's
itself
saying,
is
I don't like
really
this.
not
I
that
know someone-
important,
Okay,
and without Magic
on.
Up, you don't consistently get a limit without taking an additional hit, or getting a really high self-damage roll. I think you actually have to crit yourself or get a really high damage roll. The thing is, it'll always show that he takes 9,999, but I think, I'm pretty sure, like 99.99% sure, that the damage is uncapped. So it displays as 9,999, but in actual calculation, he takes more in the back end, so he takes way more than, sub 10,000, which is why he can get a free limit out of self-destructing on himself, because he takes way more damage than that.
I know this place is off limits
Kind of
to
like the
us.
OG game,
If we want
the
rescue
lower level
them,
limit requires less
well,
self-damage.
We gotta break the rules.
There was like a formula for it in the initial one, and it's basically like level 1 limits are like 1 HP bar. This game, it's like 2. And your limit gain is percentage of HP loss, not a raw number. So
worry,
HP
I've
ups
got a secret.
negatively impact your limit
I
gain.
know. Right now,
So
come on.
500 damage loss, when my HP is 4,820, gets me more limit, and losing 500
They ran
HP
off this way.
at 9,999 with HP ups. So that's actually why we're on base HP value.
Where do you think they
Not
went?
because we have other stuff we need to equip,
They're
but
kids.
because it interferes with
Those
this.
Ubers was all over.
We're gonna Thundera right here and just let Tifa or Aerith take care of everything. That's part of the reason why I heal her up, you see right there. So the rats here are actually the big
Try
problem.
to stay behind me.
This...
That way I can cover your back.
So the rats have a very annoying attack called
Moving on, then.
Call to Arms, which summons another wave of rats. It depends on which fights it's
there they are.
activated in, how many rats get summoned. The problem is the rats take a while to summon in, like the Whispers in the earlier fight that I was referring to. So they take a while to be killable, much less hittable. What we're trying to do is avoid triggering the conditions for it.
Okay.
The game can just say screw it sometimes and activate. And other times,
Sure you wanna fight?
what the normal condition is dealing damage to a rat, and then it can activate Call to Arms. That's it. All you have to do is not one-shot it. So we're using Sword Storm here to deal with that issue. Oh, that's awful. Thundera.
You jittery?
Okay. Thundera.
Too bright?
Okay. Awful.
We'll be right there!
So normally you can retarget. You get 2 arrows back to back with the way I set things up. So if you retarget the second arrow, you can hit the hedgehog pie as he's jumping up, and you won't need to switch back to Cloud, but I screwed it up. And switched to soon and canceled it. So right here, Aerith takes a while to climb the ladder. If you save load properly, you'll get her up the ladder sooner. For a minute there, when I saw the save icon, I had a little bit of a heartbreak there, because I thought I accidentally loaded the checkpoint instead. Oh, that's a little bit one.
You jittery?
I literally had a mini heart attack there. This is actually a pretty good run, and I don't want to screw it up by save load. So right there, we're just trying to optimize our movement so we can get to that little hole as quickly as possible. Right here, we're going to have to sandbag a little bit. I can start this fight early by moving far left, but the problem is Thundera will fail to kill one of these stupid hedgehogs. So I actually need to sandbag a little bit so that they don't HP lock. Because I don't want to attack them with Cloud and then have to walk back to the ladder at this speed. I'd rather stand next to the ladder and just walk into it until it lets me climb up. So the next fight we got here coming up, the boss is Rude. This will be the last time we use self-destruct for a little bit. We will keep the Iron Blade on, just because we don't need to toggle out of it, but self-destruct kind of falls off here. It's really only good for boss fights, where you can do a bunch of damage and then the boss will transition to the next phase and then Cloud will get stood up at the start of the next phase, instead of having to wait for him to stand back up. It is good in some fights where you can self-destruct a whole group of enemies. I could have self-destructed the rats, but HP absorb is 40% of the enemy's current HP pool. So if you self-destruct on a ton of rats, you're going to end up leaving with like 1,000 hit points at best. So self-destruct really only works on high HP targets. Smoggers, sweepers, cutters, bosses, stuff like that. Giant groups of enemies. There's one group in the underground arena that I will SD on. The like group of 6 thugs or something like that. Butch and the others plus like 2 or 3 other bandits I'll be self-destructing on. But for the most part, it's not that good. I used to abuse it a lot more, and it's because it was too much fun. Finally, I did break the habit eventually. So what we're going to do right off the bat here is we could disorder into Berserk, kind of like I was talking about earlier, to get double arrow. Problem is I won't have enough damage for the back phase. So what I'm going to do is actually normally attack Rude here, which will bait out a counter hit, and then I can switch into Punisher, take the counter with the Punisher and counter it, which will top off my ATB. Oh, that's nice. So there's a little thing where like Cloud has to be in a specific position to end a cutscene, but the NPC pushed him out of position, so he had to reposition again. Then we'll disorder, ATB boost SD, bingo bango bongo, boss dead so. Disorder, I almost ATB boosted. So if we hit the right damage ranges there, SD will kill him as he's getting flung overhead. There's an extra synergy arrow that can hit on the after the self-destruct, so if your damage hits a range, you're fine. So we're gonna arrow go right off the bat, move over here and take the hit on purpose. That will guarantee that we have enough damage to get a full limit there. That was very delayed. I don't quite know why that took so long to end. I almost got worried there and thought I underdamaged. I'm pretty sure I didn't see Aerith throw a normal attack. Whatever. So yeah. We attack, we bait out a counter. That way we can flatten out our ATB and make sure everything works. Because you can do that strat that I do there, but you aren't guaranteed to start with enough ATB to disorder into self-destruct like that 100% of the time. Doing it like that will flatten out your ATB curve so that you always have full ATB. Or near full. What am I? Okay. Anyway.
You're leaving?
So yeah, the SD gets us 95 to 100% of our limit.
You got it.
Without a magic up, we can't reliably get a level 1 limit off a self-destruct. Even with 2 magic ups, we won't reliably get enough self-damage to get a level 2 limit either. But it is somewhat of a range. We can hit high damage rolls on ourselves, which will give us that 100%. In most cases, we're going to self-destruct and take a hit before or after, which will top off our limit gain and get us to where we need to go. You could self-destruct Ghoul and Eligor. It's a pretty interesting way to do it, but it's not faster. It's just a goofy little thing you can do. I have a bunch of little stupid strats on a lot of these bosses that look funny, but really aren't faster. Just unfortunately, it sometimes turns out that just spamming spells or disorder into Berserk is just far more efficient because of the speed it comes out at. So yeah, we're not going to be using self-destruct too much in the highway here. We're either going to be using disorder for synergy triggers, or we're going to be using triple slash and or blade burst to get rid of an enemy. Mainly Aerith is going to be cleaning up almost all of these enemies just because of how high her magic stat is. And that's going to let Cloud just literally walk away from every fight, more or less. Or I guess in this case, roll away. So we do have a couple of menus coming up in this chapter. We have 3 total. That is correct. So we got to go into the wind. We're going to take wind off here shortly for lightning. We want to keep wind on because there's a lesser Drake fight coming up, and Drakes are weak to wind. Thunder's not gonna do enough damage without me having to cast a spell with Cloud. or Aerith to finish it off, and I don't want to waste the MP. Since I already have access to Wind Synergy, let's just use it and then change it once it stops being efficient. If I didn't have Wind Synergy, I probably would do this differently. But I find Wind Synergy just works out better for a root. So if we roll twice here, we'll always get the quick put away. If I manage to hit with Disorder here, Aerith should be able to finish him off without doing an input. Wow. That's very uncommon.
What's that?
So the Wind Drake went, or the Drake went after Cloud immediately. So what I did is I quickly menued Soul Drain. It's what we call a fifth shortcut. The first ability of every character is where your cursor defaults to. So if you mash X, say on the character you control, or you hit L2 or R2, or like opening up Aerith's or whoever else's shortcuts and then mash X, that will be their top input. Unfortunately, Barrett's is Steel Skin. 1, 2, 3, 5. Not Focus Shot. So his fifth shortcut is trash. Very unfortunate. Steel Skin is actually a very strong ability and keeps him from getting interrupted, but the problem is most of the time we just want to kill stuff. So him not having an offensive command in that slot is a net negative, unfortunately. Steel Skin's cool and all, but it just... there's no place to really use it. Aerith is Soul Drain, which travels through environmental objects. Doesn't do a ton of damage, but it is pretty good. So we're actually going to attack in between disorders here, so that we can buffer an additional Synergy Thunder.
Used to be a way through here.
So the thing is, if I disorder back-to-back, unless Aerith instantly starts casting Synergy Thunder, the second Synergy Thunder will not get input properly. Unless the character is actually, like, starting up or actively doing the ability, you cannot play another command. So if I tell Aerith to cast Thundaga, until the spell name appears above her head and she starts casting it, I can't do another input. But if after she starts charging the spell to cast Thundaga, I'll be able to tell her to Thundaga again, and then she'll cast another Thundaga immediately after the first one resolves. That does also help with avoiding the dodge rolling issue. So you can chain commands together as long as you're being mindful about how quickly you input them.
Hey,
it does lead to a sort of a skill gap where you have to get good at the game if you want to make full use of shortcuts. In some cases, it's probably easier to just go with tactical menus. There are some cases that we still use tactical menus because we only use a command a few times, so it's not worth shortcutting. So it is a give and a take. Getting used to doing tactical menus quick is probably a skill that you should foster anyway. If you're going to learn to run this, you don't have to jump in feet first. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then, you know, only use shortcuts. What I would suggest, which is the way that I did it, add shortcuts for skills that you commonly use. Triple slash, a specific magnified spell, you know, stuff like that. Offensive commands, maybe, not necessarily specific spells. And weave in where you're comfortable using them. And then get used to tactical menuing with shortcuts. And then slide, you know, over a period of time, get more used to changing out your shortcuts and using those when you're going to use them more than 3 times. So it'll foster you getting faster at tactical menus. Tactical menus will also give you a little bit of a leeway in combat, so you have some breathing room, because time slows down significantly when tactical menus open. So it'll give you more room to think as well. It's a very good learning tool. Tactical menus are extremely nice. It speeds the slow combat down. Especially if you mess up a boss fight, don't be afraid to just flat out pause. You don't even need to open the tactical menu, but the tactical menu is a good way to slow things down and still have stuff progress. But if you're ever at a loss in a boss fight, opening the pause menu and thinking is not going to kill you. It would kill my run, but it won't kill you. Triple. So we triple after the Thunder and Magnify here, specifically so that Aerith's Synergy doesn't activate. I want her to just one-shot those idiots with Thunder and Magnify. if I triple slash first, Synergy Thunder will activate, and she most likely will jump forward too. So, it's a little bit of an optimization thing. In the PS4 version, I would triple into Thunder and Magnify. You can also Sorcerer Storm if you want to as well, but she most likely will jump forward. And what you need to be careful about is they can move apart. So if you don't triple slash early enough, they can separate. Right here, we're going to do a little interesting thing. These enemies are actually close enough that we can just one-shot all of them immediately with Thundera. Triple slash is just a good follow-up to make sure everything dies. I delay it a little bit on purpose so that the HP lock is removed. It does always give me bad put away, but it always makes sure everything dies. And that's what you're worried about right there, making sure everything goes down properly. Alright, so we're gonna move the hand, schmoob it, move it, move it.
It's this
One
way.
thing you gotta be careful about is try and do as much of the hand movement as you can. Also, mostly when you're mashing dialogue, you want to mash triangle and circle at the same time to get the full advantage out of it, because it seems like when you hit one dialogue cancel, it kind of turns off for a little bit. So if you mash them alternating, you'll get the fastest dialogue cancel. But be careful that you don't get in a habit of, you know, mashing that every time you hear dialogue, like I have, because I do sometimes hear I'll mash triangle when she starts talking, triangle and circle to skip the dialogue, and all that'll do is switch hands and lose me a huge chunk of time. You got to be careful here too. You want to try and move the hands as close to her as possible, but not too close. 1, 2, 3. I think it's 3 here. Is it? Oh, it's 3. Yeah. Good. So you got to be careful. You want the shadow to be just about over Aerith. With the other hand, if you're too close, you'll end up getting a really slow animation. That should be fine. Also, an interesting note here, left and right, up and down are inverted compared to the catwalks in Chapter 6 for whatever reason. Up and down is on the left thumbstick, while on the catwalks it's left and right on the left thumbstick, and vice versa. So, it's really weird. I don't know why it's like that. I'm assuming either they programmed these at 2 separate times, or what they did, which is probably the more reasonable solution, is they did the catwalk first, and they only wanted you to move it left and right so you could figure it out real easy with that first one. And then the second one, they had to add the up and down for the other puzzles, quote-unquote.
Don't worry,
Puzzles.
we'll be on the same page next time.
And then with this one, they're just like, okay, you need to up and down, then left and right, so it kind of feels like it's inverted. It's a really weird thing. We're gonna try and get a Thunder Synergy with Aerith here. We gotta wait, though.
That's shocking. We made it. Smell the
Bandit
fresh air?
C and Butch both have more HP than the rest of the enemies. So Thundera Magnify would not have one-shotted all those enemies, the named thugs. And Bandit C here also has more HP than the rest as well. So we actually need to get Synergy Thunder going. There is a quirk with that fight where for some reason Synergy Thunder doesn't like to target Bandit C. Even if I lock on from the start of the fight like that, sometimes Thunder doesn't hit Bandit C. I don't know what causes it. That's how it is. What's up, pup? What's up? What you doing? What is it? God's giving me the eyebrow. Give me the rock stare, the people's eyebrow. Yeah, it's a people's eyebrow. So we want to skip this cutscene. Mash triangle. Doesn't. I think we mashed through her dialogue. Yep. Let's go. We don't need to mash through this one. And skip. Whew. So we are in a walking segment here. There is some slowdown in these walking segments, but there's plenty of things to talk about in between. There's a lot of system mechanics to cover. Each of these chapters really takes advantage of different tools. Synergy abuse is a common thing in the commonplace in the intergrade speedruns, but it's never the only thing at play. Balancing, activating Berserk, using Disorder to recover ATB, placing Arcane Ward on the right character so that Aerith doesn't jump out of it. There's a lot of different things that go into play to make Synergy work
She's
properly.
Cloud.
The biggest issue with Synergy is Aerith likes to lurch forward before she starts casting spells.
An audition?
So if you just place Arcane Ward on her, she'll usually hop out of it before you're done killing the boss. So we actually are going to have to go out of our way in most boss fights to
Let's check it out.
place the Arcane Ward on a different character. The thing with Arcane Ward is it duplicates the spell being cast at half power, half cost, and half stagger value. So it's technically a half juice spell, but it's not. With Synergy on board, it will cost 1 MP period, even though Synergy is programmed to be 3. Whatever they did to make it cost 0 ATB and MP didn't address the main way that spells are cast. So the ATB or Arcane Ward all defaults to 1 MP instead of free.
Not so fast.
We're looking for something. Let me
So
guess. Yeah.
it does end up costing 1 MP for 1.5 times damage. But you can spam a lot of spells really quick on an Arcane Ward. The problem is, like I said, Aerith likes to lurch forward.
Denied.
So in some cases, we're going to
Trio
target a different
first,
character with
and then
Arcane
there's
Ward to
my last
place
but
it where
not
we
then
need it.
eccentric.
We will be using ATB Ward on one of the later bosses specifically, because the boss flip-flops between immune to physical and immune to magic, or reflecting magic, excuse me. That's a completely different thing. Immune to magic wouldn't be a problem. The fact that the magic gets reflected is an even bigger issue. Or else I'd probably be using Synergy on that boss. Anyway. So ward placement with Aerith is actually a really interesting and intricate part of these fights to keep her on the wards. To make full use of Synergy.
Wait, here's
So, like in Hell House, we only have 2 options, so Synergy's going to go on Aerith.
You want in?
How
But
can
for
it
the
be
most
so-
part,
Sure do.
Cloud is going to be super Okay, it doesn't matter. Depending on your dialogue options, you get points towards Sam, Madam M, or Nobody. The middle options are always Nobody, except for the coin flip. Heads and Tails are more points towards Sam, and you only get like half a point for No Deal. Luckily, I can avoid the expensive hand massage, so doing one of the choices wrong isn't a big problem. Missing 2 is a big issue. Because you want to avoid getting Sam, because you have to walk all the way over to Sam, smash through his dialogue, and walk back. So you lose about 30 seconds doing that. For new game, I think your money is very tight, so you can't afford the expensive hand massage. You have to take the cheap one, which gives you 3 points towards Sam. So you have to do all the choices properly. No Deal, cheap hand massage, and then both of the dress options for
Cloud?
doesn't matter what I think about Aerith's dress, and Tifa's good with the books.
How was it?
My battery is gonna last. Give me a second here to stretch.
You okay?
Yeah.
You're acting weird, Cloud.
I am.
Really weird.
Really. So this dialogue can't be canceled, but just kind of waiting
Think
it
you'll
out.
make a habit of it?
Unless you see an arrow below the dialogue, you can't mash it out, so... If you get in the habit of just mashing all the dialogue, you end up just
Alright then.
stressing your fingers out and beating up your controller for no reason.
So?
So there are some places
Tell me
where you
what
just
you
can't
want,
influence
and we'll
anything,
take it from there.
and you're just better off waiting. So this is going to be where we have to be very careful about this. We got to make sure
You're
we
one of the trick.
say I don't care about her dress,
Really?
or else we'll end up with Sam, and the run's pretty much dead for a PB pace.
Is something wrong with my outfit?
No matter what.
What am I doing?
Well,
I don't know why I thought I
sorry.
could skip that.
So long as you
How much?
Whatever.
what I said. But
So yeah,
don't
you wanna.
say
It matter what I think. Tifa's good at handling the
Is
books.
there any prize money?
Expensive hand massage.
that. They're already
And No Deal are all the choices that lead towards Madam M. You can take any one of those choices towards Sam and still be okay.
What have we gotten ourselves
But if you
into?
pick any 2, you're going to end up
Good.
with Sam because of the
I wouldn't
coin
expect
flip
a fair fight in this town.
being too many points. I think you can take
That's
one
thing
Sam
I'm definitely
and
sure of.
heads or tails, but I'm not 100% certain. I'm pretty sure that's not the case. So we're heading into the arena. We're going to be using SD on the group of thugs, the bandit gang. The first fight, we're just going to be spamming abilities. We're going to go triple slash into Thundera Magnify to just one-shot the Beastmaster and the dogs. And then we're going to do Thundera Magnify for the Cuddy Sweepy fight. And try and murder Sam's prized robots.
Down we go.
We're hoping Aerith shuts up. We're trying to get the menu to load here before she starts her second line of dialogue. It seems to be holding still gets the menu to load quicker. If you start moving, you most likely won't get it. So I make sure to hold still in the elevator there. Nice, nice. Pretty good time. So we're going to be switching into Buster Sword for Hell House. And we're going to be doing a little bit of materia manipulation for Aerith. We're going to actually cut off Magnify. We don't really need that until the sewer, so we don't need to leave it on. And we'll give her Ice, Lightning, and Fire. We're going to give her Ice Synergy for the early part of the fight. It actually speeds it up a little bit. I used to use Wind Synergy, but it loses you a good, like, 5 seconds on the first phase.
Gotta go for it now.
Nice.
Can you believe it? I don't think anyone saw this.
Right, so the next fight is actually the difficult one. What we're going to be doing is holding forward and then shortcutting Disorder. When there's a load screen, the face buttons become active sooner, and the command menu, this, doesn't load in properly until you actually see the command menu and the HP bars and stuff show up. So you actually need to wait a little bit to try and do any shortcuts at the start of combat. I guess you could... I don't know if you could input the tactical menu while the game's fading in. I'd have to test that, but it's really hard to do inputs blind in this game, to be honest, so...
That's what
takes a lot of practice. So we're just going to be... I am stupid as hell. I'm just
Ready
going
to
to walk forward here into a
remember.
disorder. Whatever, it's ATB. It's MP manipulation or something. Or RNG manipulation. Boom. Awful. Normally, if you're lucky, Disorder will hit enough enemies that you'll get all your ATB back, but it's not guaranteed. Deadly Dodge is probably better there because you can roll in. The thing is, if you hold square to do your spin finisher, it actually pushes the enemies away. So it'll end up pushing them all out of the range of self-destruct, even though you get a ton of ATB out of it. So you need Deadly Dodge, which actually does the opposite and sucks enemies into you. Unfortunate. That fight's always stupid.
It's not your
So we gotta wait for the ding-dong-ding on all of these.
Man, it's the final.
Okay, I remember the
Got a
menu
lot of
now.
money riding on you two.
Final match will begin shortly.
Lady!
You jittery? This one's for you! How shocking!
What the heck is going on? Are you kidding me? That's so awful.
You're still doing
This is the worst! Oh my god! I got silenced right before I Thunder? Are you shitting me? This game is so cancerous. I hate it. Oh my god, that was so stupid. Buster, no. We want to do this, right? Right, yeah. Into, God. Berserk. Not triple, but, stop it. Thundera. Dude, that threw me off really hard. Oh man, that sucks. Okay, Disorder, Arcane Ward, and then stagger it out.
You ready to kick? It's not even. Show them what you got.
Wait. Okay, so that saves a ton of time being able to hit that. Unfortunately that I lost most of it on a fucking sweeper and thugs fight. Everything's the same from here, I just gotta execute properly. I need Arcane Ward to make my strat here work, because I'm gonna try and instantly stagger out of God mode. Oh god, that was awful. Oh man, I almost screwed things up really bad there. Gonna hang on Cloud here to make sure the chairs target him. Okay, I need to clear this immediately.
Get ready.
Then we have wind here, so Thundera, Firea, Firea. Unfortunate. I cast Thundera way too soon with Cloud, but it's because the fight was so awful.
There you are.
So Matt, that was a lot of
big events like the Corneo Cup are pretty sporadic.
Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Pretty good run though. Hell House, and that was a very bad set of fights. Man, getting silenced right before Thundera cast, that's the worst of both worlds. Ugh. Just a few frames later and it should have come out. That's super unlucky. That's the only thing that's really nasty about like an active battle like this. You cast the spell and it's get silenced, idiot!
In the meantime,
At least I didn't get Sam by accident. That would have been really bad.
I have a few. And that's enough.
That was a really good run.
Ouch.
Was. Now it's me.
Peek, and I'll poke out.
That's basically where the that's always what happens to my save load in the train car. So we're gonna leave and then turn right back around. We gotta wait for the door to shut though. Mash through a couple of these and then mash through all Johnny's dialogue here too.
Tifa! Take a deep breath. I heard Corn. Well, I do.
I'll come too.
Hey, Cloud. Bro. I can call you bro, right?
Nope.
So it's ice to fire, fire from
Just want to
magpie.
say, bro, that I'm totally relieved that you're looking out for
Okay, where's Johnny gonna go? Oh. So Johnny used to be able to soft lock. I haven't seen it in the PS5 version. I hear tell it is still possible. But they did rework his routing, so he almost always goes down that specific alleyway.
I really wish I could be just
If you see him go another direction, it usually messes with you because you're not ready for it.
Call me crazy. Yes, sir.
Well, that was fun. The capital F. So we gotta talk to Corneo's thugs here. Leslie, who may or may not be Corneo's buddy. Probably isn't.
You again?
Anyway.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go get a dress
By the
for
way,
everybody.
I wasn't asking. Wouldn't try it if
Buster Sword was a one-time thing for Hell House. It's a marriage of convenience and necessity. Cloud needs to have lowered physical and magical damage so that we don't do too much damage in phase 2, so that we can apply just enough stagger so that once Hell House transitions into God mode normally, he won't reset the stagger bar in between the two because we don't do enough damage. Normally, even if you do carry the stagger bar over, you can't do enough to be able to just stagger Hell House right out of God mode. But if you set it up ahead of time to basically top it off to where it's like 99.9% full stagger, basically anything that has a reasonably high value to stagger an enemy can push through it. So like tier 2, tier 3, tier 2 and tier 3 spells, by the way, have the same stagger value. The only difference is cost, charge time, and damage. Tier 2 or tier 3 spells cost double what tier 2 spells. They take an extra second to cast, and they have a higher multiplier, but to be perfectly honest, most of the time tier 2 spells are good enough.
Why are we here?
Tier 3 spells are rarely beneficial to be casting unless it's
It's pretty rare. Trust
bulky
me.
enemies like Sajins in the sewers. Those guys have a lot of HP, so tier 3 spells are a little bit better there.
So I say we
Or
march right up
bosses,
to him,
like
explain.
Abzu 2. There's actually a way you can set up Abzu 2
Welcome. We're here to see on
so that
Mr. Cloud.
I've been in.
you can reliably get the shotes right next to him so that the Firas explode and hit Abzu 2. You can do the same thing with Specimen, but Specimen's faster to do with self-destruct instead, so. Enjoy Ironblade because it's not going to be here for long.
Chosen by our honored.
Skip, skip, and skip. You got a little bit.
Come on, Cloud! Get into it!
Of note, I do have some family friends coming over tomorrow. So, that, and I believe I have a meeting coming for event staff. Or I guess not really event staff, but whatever, for limit break. So, I gotta do that. So I need to do some required reading after this, so there's no resets at this point. That's always kind of been the deal. Once we get to about noon, there's no resets. Allude. So I gotta be catching up on what's going on in the
Well, we
conversations. Skip this and go. So your HP does get refilled here. It's kind of nice.
Show today.
But your MP doesn't because it's hard mode. It's fine though. There's like literally one fight left. I only need 10 MP to fire the stupid thugs.
I can't help it. It was amazing.
So if you push Cloud properly here, you can
Did you
save a
see
little
their
bit of
little
time.
surprise?
Please don't.
You can stop him early if you push properly.
Not even.
No.
But you're so.
It's real, as far as I can tell. I've had a lot of issues with like getting him to pushing him properly to speed things up. I'm not sure if it actually saves time or loses time. So we're going to be putting Twin Stinger on, but it's just going to be a means to the end. Twin Stinger and Nail Bat are both going to be used to swap out my equipment really easily. Twin Stinger has a new setup for Mithril Saber, so I can overwrite Mithril Saber really efficiently with what I want. I also have my materia set up in such a way that when I overwrite Mithril Saber, I can confirm it visually without having to like reset stuff or wait until I get into combat.
No.
I will be taking Ice back off of Aerith. It is good for it's good for, let me think here, Eligor, but that's it. And I need to change the shortcuts anyway before Eligor, so it would be, I'd have to menu a bunch of stuff if I left Ice on, and it needs to be Ice Synergy, and I need Fire Synergy for most of the sewers. So no matter what, there's a menu, so it's better to just take Ice off of her, because it doesn't get used, except for Ice Synergy. We're waiting for a dialogue to happen here so we can save load through it again, like we did earlier on with some of the other ones. It'll allow us to skip all the thug dialogue and open the door instantaneously. Twin Stinger, no. Yes. To, what is it? No, it's this direction and that. To wrong. Fira and fire. Summer, arrow, and load. Pretty decent menu compared to what I did last time, so take it. So the arrows we put on for Hell House were mainly because we need it for the sewer anyway. Having the regular level 1 arrow shortcut is nice just in case we need to spam some spells. But for the most part, we really only wanted Fire on Arrow for that fight. Since my MP was low going into it, I sandbagged a little bit instead of using a double arrow synergy on the flying phase, just to make sure I had enough MP.
Man, I'd love to spend some quality time with girls like that. Bet they're going at it right now.
Alright, so we're gonna fire right off the bat here and then switch to Tifa.
What are you doing here?
If you slide diagonal to them, you'll bonk them both up in the air.
Worked up a good sweat.
And then the fire should one-shot both of them because of the AoE. If you don't bonk them up, if you don't pop them up with the slide, that fight's a little bit more inconsistent. So right here, we're going to be arcane warding Cloud instead of Aerith, like I said earlier, to keep her on the ward. So watch and be amazed as I burn Abzu 1. To the... Shower somersault. What? Fire, bad. You gotta be very careful there. If you're not quick enough, Abzu will take a dip in the water and it loses you 10 seconds. You have to be very on top of
I'm
it.
pretty sure the sewers
Another one of those.
an avalanche in emergencies.
So I'll scroll down my thing just in case so I can take a look at the menu if I need to. L2.
Sure we're not lost?
So we're going to be casting fire with both of
There should
us,
be a big
both
waterway just
Aerith
up
and
ahead.
Cloud here. We don't need
Let's
it,
find that first.
but it's just so that I
You're
can
right.
delay this a little bit more so Aerith can get, or Tifa can
I'm
get some
in a
better
rush,
movement.
so I got it. Would kill for a
There
shower.
we go. Pretty good. I just want to get as close to that ladder as I can with Tifa, so it saves a little bit of time. That's why I did it that way. You really don't... You probably could just, like, fire with both of them. It's really not worth, though. Thank you, Tifa. Sometimes the AI in this game sure just steals time from you.
Prettiest place.
Stuff like that.
and we're under that, so.
This next hallway, we gotta get some movement going with Tifa here. Of note, that when Aerith's in the party, Tifa is different in these, the order.
Of course not.
The thing is, Tifa is... Could you just go up the
Moving
ladder?
on then.
Depending on the way that you have your camera lock on set up, your camera lock on can be, set up so that you swap targets through L and R.
Hey, Cloud.
Uh,
Assuming Corneo was
or you can set it up so that your thumbstick input on the right thumbstick changes targets. That's the way that I played this casually, so I'm used to it. Some people did it the other way. My brain was like, why would I want to take my thumb off of the movement stick to change targets? That
I can't imagine
seems
any way they can
dangerous,
profit from it.
you know?
It's gonna cost
To be
them a
honest, I
fortune
use
to do it.
tactical menu a lot,
Corneo's
so
lying.
there's really no issue when you're tactical menuing, to be
That's a
perfectly
power
honest.
generator, all right.
But the downside of that is if you lock
antique.
onto a target
Older than
with the
mine.
right thumbstick, there is a chance that you'll accidentally do an input and change it to a different target. So it can make your life a lot harder. But your character swaps are also on left and right as well as up and down. So the way I do character swapping is using the left and right inputs because it... oh my god, both of them spawned in front of me. Nice. The L2 and R2 input is the same as your left and right. So Tifa is on R2, or on right D-pad, and Aerith is on L2, or left D-pad, when I'm on Cloud. When Barrett's in the party and Tifa's in the party, Tifa is on L2 or left, and Barrett is on R2 or right. I don't believe there's any other scenario where you have Barrett and Aerith, if I remember correctly. So, that's something you need to learn. People get mixed up with it all the time, even me. It's very easy to forget that Tifa's on R2 when Aerith's in the party, because you get very used to the early game movement, especially if you've done a lot of resets.
So this is where
And we're second.
might be hard.
So it's one of those little
We can
quirks
do
that
this.
your brain
Yeah,
just has
for
to,
sure.
your muscle memory needs to get used to. You need to know it on a actual like knowledge level, but you need to be able to do it on like a physical level. So we're gonna arrow a little bit later to make sure that it multi-targets properly.
Not bad.
Because the rats can move pretty aggressively in that fight, and Cloud's fire can sometimes end up hitting one of the rats, and if you arrow immediately, the arrow spell could target one of the rat that Cloud's were killing with fire. So it's really awkward. There's no reason to swap or dodge roll here. It takes forever to interact with this anyway, so you can just walk it out.
Try to stay behind.
Same thing here. Walk it out. Most of these fights, what you're trying to do is avoid the bluegill being able to sleep spline your party. That's what you're trying to avoid. Sajins, you're basically trying to get rid of them as quickly as possible. Firegut will one-shot them, or some sort of combo. You could fire synergy. Fire with Cloud Fire synergy. I don't know if that's... I think that's inconsistent because the damage is a little bit too low. Because you'd have to, like, fire with Cloud Fire synergy. There's plenty of different ways with synergy on board to kill enemies. So, not super important.
This won't take long.
Like, this one right here is the most benefit... We got the quick put away, nice.
That wasn't so bad.
Luckily here, even though I take that damage, it's not a big problem. I got plenty of chances to recover HP between here and there. Okay.
I'll go first.
Go first, I guess. We got a very long hallway here that we gotta walk through. Gotta be ready to skip another cutscene, and then walk wherever. There is Mako shards in those MP crates if you want to grab them. Most of the time, with my routing, I do not grab MP crates unless Tifa is the one that can hit them. When I have Tifa and Aerith in the same party, Tifa's kick is pretty quick, so it's only like 2, maybe 3 seconds to pick up crates. And almost all of them are on your direct path to the point where you don't really have to go out of your way to use them. Make sure to heal with Tifa though, or else I can lose time to standing still with Cloud. My HP shouldn't really be a problem though. It's just a quirk of mine. The only time you want to make sure you're at max is when you're going into a boss fight, specifically the Ghoul boss fight. New Game Plus Hard doesn't have access to elixirs, so Ghoul is actually a pretty difficult boss. You have to work pretty hard to get Ghoul to work out. So we have to go out of our way to use a combination of fire and healing spells to deal with Ghoul. The thing with Ghoul is you have to do a certain amount of physical damage to shift Ghoul into magic vulnerable phase, and then once you do too much magic damage, he shifts back to physical only. So the trick is one-shotting him in that magic weak phase, and making sure you don't have to worry about it. So we're going to be using a wombo combo of Cloud and Aerith to deal with that. Aerith will be taking care of phase 2, Cloud will be taking care of phase 1. Cloud's actually going to be using fire into healing, because Ghoul can park himself on top of the furniture, which will block fire spells.
Look,
so I use Kiriga spell so that it's more, the kill is consistent. But sometimes Ghoul will get away after the fire and park himself over furniture so that the fire spell won't hit. Aerith, on the other hand, as long as I have her in the right position, I'm fine. And even if she doesn't decide to move closer to the boss, as long as I don't try and run up, I'm fine. There's a couple of different setups for that fight, but you gotta be paying attention. Also, speaking of fight, we're about to fight the stupidest minigame in the world here.
I remember.
I hate this thing.
Aerith,
The guy that coded this, like, is literal sadist. I hate this so much. Ugh. So we have 3 different phases of, I don't even know, red light, green light, I guess? So we gotta mash X to increase the size of the area we want to stop the needle in. And each phase, after the first one, we'll get less red per press. And the needle will move progressively quicker. That one is pretty slow, so some people have issues because it's too slow. Some people have issues with this one because it's like kind of quick. This last one is the one that most people have issues with, though. One, two, three, four. I did not even have my thumb on the thing. Yeah, you have to create an audio cue for this stupid thing. God, why? 1, 2, 4. Alright. So, the problem is you're creating the audio cue and then reacting to that new audio cue.
Okay.
So if you get too worked up because you have a good run, you can very easily constrict your muscles and keep yourself from flicking properly. I don't know why I literally did it on the controller to show something that's not going to show up. Or you can do it too soon because you're too excited. So it loses you like 10, 15, I think, 10 seconds a pop probably. So we're going to Thunder Firaga here. It's quicker. It'll one-shot those two sergeants pretty consistently. This fight's a little bit different. We're gonna A to B boost, fire, arrow, and then get out of here. Okay. Better, please.
Nothing to
Thank you. Now we've got 3 left here. We're gonna wait till he lands. Fire, somersault. Okay. Later, buddy. 25, nice. Pretty decent. Unfortunate. We could have had a sub 25 if I had messed up the pump. Oh no! God dang it. I was trying to push Aerith up the ladder. We gotta wait for them to do the dialogue here.
We could get lost in here.
So that's time loss, unfortunately.
This is the train graveyard, all right. A real treasure trove of
I forget
scrap.
you can push
Sector
through them
7
there.
should be just
Even though I
past
want
that
to,
large
like, push her up the
maintenance
ladder, I gotta
facility
wait,
I vote we stay in the light so we can see where we're going.
It's annoying.
Dark everywhere.
Probably should have waited at the edge of the ladder so I could try and push her forward. Well, whatever. You win some, you lose some, and then you're stupid.
It's deserted. People don't come. And not just what kind. Everyone seems those who lose.
Is that right?
I mean,
Then let's hurry.
Alright. So the rats here have the same ability as the were-rats earlier to trigger call to arms. Randomly. Here, we can usually get away with magnified spells. The reason it wouldn't work earlier is because the magnified spells would hit one at a time with thunder, and with wind, it tends to hit them all at once. So it avoids the issue. So I wanted to grab the crate there to top off my MP. I have more than enough time, and I also want to move inside here so that Cloud warps to Aerith and gets the quicker put away. It takes a while for that little thing to be the interactable to be interactable. So no big rush. It probably loses a little bit of time switching to Tifa to grab that crate, but the only other one would be right before the train maintenance facility, and it's kind of awkward to grab that one. Either way, you want to switch to Tifa so you can warp Cloud to the ladder. But it depends on how that fight rolls out. So, yeah, so right now that I have double purple, I know that my setup is correct.
Focus.
Two, you. Waiting for Tifa to go up the ladder. We can't climb until she does. Both of the girls have to go up first, then we can start going. So this fight right here, there's 5 Cryptshays. These guys are really obnoxious to deal with. We're going to try and one-shot 2 of them with fire. Like this. And then this. Uh-oh. Okay, that was unfortunate. Luckily, the fight ended, so I'm happy with it either way. I grabbed the crate there because Aerith had to cast an extra arrow. I was pretty sure there was 1 Cryptshay left, so I'm not 100% sure what happened there, but everything died, so I'm happy. Normally, you can be right next to the ladder, but things got really confusing because I wasn't sure if Cloud 2-shotted the Cryptshays in front of him or not. This is one of the weird places right here. You need to walk into this, but the game will make you start stepping back. But this one just needs you to be moving to trigger the cutscene. So even if Cloud's stepping back, it still triggers it properly. So we're coming up to the second save load here. We're most likely going to miss it. You're lucky if you get one in a run. If you get both, holy shit. Either way, I'm probably going to lose all the time save at the end game anyhow. But if I get both, that'd be dope. I could see what a really good run looks like then. Excuse me. Disorder. Okay. Oops. I rolled too far forward.
We could always run away.
That. So Aerith is gonna one-shot everything here. Try and get Cloud in the right position ASAP. And I did it too late, whatever. I was looking at the wrong visual cue. I don't know why I set all the cues up and then looked at the wrong thing. That was stupid. Cloud's shadow is what lets me know whether I'm gonna hit it or not, but that's actually not the visual cue. What I'm doing is I'm setting up the camera so that I move past this burlap sack, and that's my visual cue to open up the menu. For some reason, I was staring at the floor instead of the visual cue. I set up the camera right, but I wasn't looking at the visual cue. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Could you let me in now? Yeah, so that's why the save load saves so much time there. It actually opens the trick car immediately instead of taking forever like that. This is probably the more important save load if you're going to get one or the other. This one saves about 30 seconds. The other one saves around 20-ish. So, this one's a lot harder in different ways, though. The first one in Chapter 5 is more difficult because Cloud's movement speed is so much slower. You have a much smaller window to open the menu for the save load. This one, you have a much wider window to open the menu for the save load because of full movement speed, but you also have to set up visual cues after a combat thing. And since you shift stances between combat and non-combat, it can make it very difficult to set up the visual cues efficiently. As you can see, I was trying to get them as quickly as possible, but they're not exactly easy. Fire it up. Wait a minute. So we're trying to kill these guys as efficiently as possible here. Didn't work out, but whatever. So we do have MP crates in both of these rooms, so my MP is full up. It'll be fine. The Firaga there cost me nothing, because the game does this weird thing where the girls are in a terror animation. They're doing a predetermined animation. This. I can't get somebody else to kill because both the girls are playing their fear animation. That's what makes the spells cast instantaneously. So Cloud has to be the one that finishes, unfortunately. Well, we're back on pace for a normal run, unfortunately, and that's just how it be. That's usually what happens. The Chapter 5 save load dies out somewhere, and it gets spent on poor gameplay. So right here, we're going to take a optional fight, so we can take full advantage of Tifa's movement. Saves quite a bit of time, despite what it might seem. The time loss offset would be having to switch characters and then exiting combat, but her movement is so much quicker. This fight right here sucks. I hate it. There's Cloud, wrong character, HP boost, Fyra into Kiriga, Ghoul. Oh my god, I hate you. Okay, good, I managed to hit him. So that's the reason I cure right there. Fyraga would have hit those pieces of furniture and not hit Ghoul instead, which means the run would be dead right here. The next phase, though, we have Aerith, and we'll be able to establish a line of sight. If Aerith stays over here, Ghoul will come to her. It doesn't really matter. And if Aerith comes over here, we're fine. It seems to be the case. Into... Oh my god. That was so early, I'm surprised it didn't blow in my face. Whew. That Fyra almost screwed me over. Because I got too greedy with it. That should have ruined the run, honestly. I was literally near task level timing.
Never, ever find their way back home again. What do you guys think would have
So we want to open up the cure menu here to reset Tifa's cure back down. Normally, Cloud and Tifa take a bunch of damage in that fight. You want to go into that fight with max HP so that you can Kiriga onto Ghoul immediately without having to retarget. That's part of the reason why I use Fire instead on Aerith. One, because it simplifies things, because she has access to the Fire materia. The other thing is there's no risk of me accidentally targeting my party members with the spell. And it also simplifies it in terms of, like, I don't need to put a healing materia on Aerith. When it works on literally one enemy or one boss, it's kind of a hard sell. If I could easily convert it into something else or use it somewhere else, maybe. But as far as I know, there's really no places you can, like, buffer with Aerith. Maybe I'm wrong. Most of the time, Barrett and Tifa are the ones doing healing duty, because their MP is pretty much a moot point in most cases, because they just don't have high enough stats to justify it. Boost. Freaking work. We're just trying to make sure these guys die as soon as they spawn in. Somersault. We're going to disorder twice here. It's not a matter of, like, trying to kill stuff. It's more a matter of, like, we're trying to top off Aerith's ATB so she can always arrow right here. So we're just going to chill out here. So if they start rushing forward, I can punish or counter all of them back.
This path is blocked too? But we're
Alright, so we're going to do most of the movement here with Cloud.
Hey, do you think these trains might still run?
So all we got left is a Wind Drake, a Lesser Drake, and Eligor. Eligor is a simple ice swap, Blizzara and Eriga. We're going to be using Blizzara in the upcoming Whisper fight, and then we're going to be using Eriga in the Chapter 17 Laboratory. That actually just remembered me that those things spawned early in Chapter 4, so I can take advantage of that. Alright.
Why am I not surprised?
So, we're going to need to be taking advantage of that. We're going to be using Ice Synergy as well on Eligor. Eligor does get weak to wind during the flying phase, and will always fly out of ice unless you wait until he stops in the corner. So we're going to actually have to use wind for phase 2, so that we can deal with phase 1 and 3. So, here we go.
Gotta make a stand. You asked for it. Enjoy the ride.
Arrow, Result. Okay.
Was never in doubt.
Alright, so we're gonna go into these. Alright. Very simple menu, but it's big enough. Oh, what am I doing? No. Ice for this, into Blizzara. That's Blizzard, Blizzara, and Eriga. Oh, okay. So we do have a menu coming up in Chapter 12. It'll be a pretty significant one because we need to reset everybody. Push Cloud back into casting, Barrett into a support role instead of an MP or a Materia Mule. Whoops. That was almost really bad. Whoops. So we're gonna breach here with Cloud and then Eriga with Aerith.
No more tricks.
I'm actually surprised that second fire hit, to be honest. Alright, so we're gonna swap over to Aerith here and cast Blizzara as we're switching, so that we can get both. We actually wanted to target Tifa with Arcane Ward to make sure that my double cast wouldn't miss. Alright. Still don't know how to prevent Aerith from dying there consistently, but whatever. So yeah, it's Nailbat into Mithril, Wrecking Ball into that, so it's going to be the same. Bottom, bottom, top, top. It's the same movement as usual. HP up and... Say goodbye to the purple materia. They're going to go back to the other side of the weapon. fire. HP boost. Switch over to Aerith. Blizzara.
I think we're almost done.
Blizzara. Cover Assault. Fire. Okay. So we wanted to make sure Aerith wasn't doing any movement there, so the combat would end immediately. Want to do a little bit of a healing here with Cloud, because he will be at base HP for all of this segment. What am I doing? I thought I walked into the cutscene when I looked down. Oops. Okay. Into Nail, no. Mithril, yes. No. Yes. And then we want to... This. Magic. This. First, and then... No. I do that all wrong every time. Into Fyra, Fyriga, Fire, Blizzara, Arrow, Blizzard, to Dolphin, and Dolphin. Alright, let's go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Oh, for the love of... I'm getting sick of this. Don't they have anything better to do?
Tell me about it. You see how hard we got hit over here?
Shit! What's wrong with these people? This is Echo 1. Hostile contact.
HP boost. Fire. Okay. Fire. Alright. Wow. Alright, so I gotta remember that the enemies at the top of the tower will all spawn in at once. Because they did spawn in early in Chapter 4. And it seems to be a weird bugged flag. And if it happens in Chapter 4, it happens in 12 and 17. Vice versa. Let's hopefully not mess up the movement this time. That'd be great. Oh my god, this AT's small. Fuck it out. ATB boost. Fire up. No. Really? Okay. I guess you gotta get a really tight position there. Alright, HP's not that bad. Alright, so we gotta do some movement here with air, but her materia doesn't matter. We will be toggling into Iron Blade for Reno and Rude. Turns out self-destruct is useful in every Reno and Rude encounter. Surprisingly.
Sector 7, please!
It's kind of a weird quirk, but that's how it turns out.
Right now! Go to Sector 5 or 6!
I've got to get to 7th Heaven.
What are you doing here? Get
That's
out
it.
before you get yourself killed.
Oh god!
Alright,
Look
I
out!
will effect now. Okay.
Marlene.
Damn it! How the hell did they expect us to escape?
There's a way out!
Oh, gotta get through. Gotta find a way.
The helicopter fell out of the sky!
This underground passage?
Almost there, okay?
We need to get out of here, right now!
Hey,
No need to rush. Steady
Someone
now.
tell me what the hell is going on!
Oh, thank God the kids made it out in time.
Come on, we've got to go too.
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me.
We can get through this. We just have to work together. Get to Wall Market now. It's too dangerous here. Stop.
Pretty decent
That
bone
way's
bushes
already-
there.
Please, we need to get through. This is it.
Almost there.
There's still.
So if you hold a specific line here, you can avoid getting run into by the NPC.
Ah!
That's
Confirmed.
interesting.
One more bird.
Sorry, little girl. I guess I killed you. By the way, once we get into Chapter 13, if you have any issues with intense flashing lights, it's not too bad, but there is very bright flashing lights in there. I don't believe it's enough to trigger anything
Hold on,
short of like a
Marlene.
migraine.
I'm coming for you.
Comfort. I don't believe it's enough to give anybody a seizure or any of that, but be mindful about it. I wear sunglasses in that segment because I have migraine issues. So I wear sunglasses
You're
too.
Marlene,
Like migraine.
right?
Okay. So, let's head on
Tell
in.
you what.
We'll grow lots
We're gonna
of
try and do
lemons
some
in
pretty
the
cool
house.
movement here with
Do you
Tifa.
think that I could help
If we
too?
move too fast,
Of course
this
you
area is
can.
gonna be really stupid, but
what's
that's
your-
what we're looking for. Max velocity.
Where's Eric?
We're gonna have to heal up Cloud after taking all these bullets, one way or the other, so it doesn't matter. Oh god, Tifa's being that one's the worst. Oh my god, no! Never mind, Cloud's going to be in a real bad spot. Fire. Okay.
Well, if this is how you want to play it, that's fine by me.
Not really worried about Tifa's HP here. Okay. I'm not worried about that last little bit on Cloud. We're going to be self-destructing on the boss anyway, so being at max HP isn't important. I just need enough.
Give me a break.
This fight's always on a timer. That was stupid. Luckily for me, that big of an issue. So we got to survive 2 ways of shots here. And then we got to deal with some additional punches.
What?
We have a Hello Trooper that's going to spawn in here. As long as you're at max MP, Fire will work. Magnified. If you're not at max MP, Fire on Magnified will kill.
Whatever you think.
We're going to use Dolphin Flurry with Tifa here to kill the Elite Grenader. We're going to wait until the helicopter starts shifting. Like that. And the uppercut should pretty much take care of all of his HP. And the only thing that will kill there is the uppercut. There we go, good timing. We got to boost, Fire, Dolphin Flurry, Fire, pull, Fire. Unfortunate. Because they spawned in, my spells kind of wigged out and went the wrong direction. The setup is specific, though, so I had plenty of backups in that fight. I could have saved time if the spells had decided to go the right way, but because of the way magnification works, that fight's really obnoxious. This HP's fine. Not really worried about it. I'm going to be self-destructing anyway. You know, can't do enough damage to kill me. And if he could do enough damage to kill me, the fight's over anyway. Alright. So let's see if we can get this going. So right off the bat here, we're going to be taking a hit from Reno, building up ATB, star sharing with Tifa into an uppercut so that it gets a 70% damage bonus, and then following up with a self-destruct. Into SD. Okay, everything like all took place at the exact same time there. I almost took too long with Tifa's Star Shower, so I got really lucky there. The SD is enough to push the phase here, but I need the additional damage from the uppercut, so that when we cross-slash in this phase, we have enough damage. I can also take hits from the missiles here, so that I get an Ascension instead of a cross-slash, but that's not really worth it, because I don't want to be using that if I can avoid it. Aruga, out of the way. Alright, what's the damage range we're gonna hit here? HP lock? Nice, I can shoot him with regular bullets then.
Reload.
Use cross slash. Switch over to Barret. AT boost. Tifa. This is the most optimal version right now. What we're hoping for right now at this point is the, we want to Dolphin Flurry and hit both Reno and Rude. We're going to target Rude with Dolphin Flurry manually through the tactical menu, not with a shortcut. Because Reno can give us 1 of 3 attacks, and Tifa always starts targeting Reno, so we need to correct that with the tactical menu. If we get triple or flash strike, we can stuff it and stop him from doing it. If we get flash foot, we have to do a bunch of weird stuff. That's good. Alright.
What happens when you mess with the Turks?
Crap. I accidentally hit right early. Unfortunate, but whatever. So you want Cloud in a very specific spot here. Because what'll happen is, normally these plates drop when you try to rescue Tifa, and no matter what you do, you'll always trigger them. But if I put Cloud in the right spot, I can trigger them before. I probably should have just cast Arrow right off the bat with Cloud. Nope. Pretty good. Ooh, 48. What are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do?
Hey!
Probably could have had a low a 47 if I'd hit the save load.
I think I hear him up ahead.
But what are you gonna do?
And
This isn't a
push.
PB attempt. This is a marathon practice, so we'll take what we can get. Do have a new route, so the odds of PBing is pretty slim on us. Made some changes.
How could this
Hell House to save a couple of seconds. And by a couple, I mean around 9. And considering, you know, like 45 seconds of that boss fight is cutscene, it's like 30 seconds between phase 1 and 2, and then like another 10 or 15 between phases 3 and 4. And on top of that, phase 4 is a glorified cutscene too, as he floats around the arena.
What the hell?
Good job.
If he just immediately went to the hook, I could kill him a lot faster.
Is it true
Obnoxious,
that
but whatever.
Sector 7's pretty much destroyed?
So,
guys run
this
into
is where
Jesse
we're going to be
Miller.
going into the lashing
Thanks,
area
too.
shortly. The broken highway that we'll be doing with Cloud in the party should not be
But
too
Wedge
terribly
wasn't out
difficult,
there
and there's
with
really
him.
no issue with
He
brick
got
flashing.
out.
Like, problem is, when Barrett shoots the rocks in Chapter 13 to break them, for whatever reason, the flash is pretty intense. And I have the brightness turned all the way down, so it's pretty bad. Not sure why.
I've been
It's like that.
y'all.
I think when if I remember right, when I was messing with the PC version the other day, it wasn't too terribly bad.
Look for the movie.
But the PC version takes much longer to load. It's about 15 to 20 minutes of loads when you're at 60 frames.
With it too.
And like I mentioned earlier, running it at 90 or 120 actually like breaks everything. Things just barely function at 60. Triple Slash does. I never noticed it until after I realized that on the PC, but in running at 60 frames, Triple Slash does not reach as far, you know, so there's a few different issues with it. In some cases, it reaches far enough, so you don't really lose too much time to it. The Triple Slash stops
This is
shorter,
Sector 5,
but
right?
there's still a
So
lot of
where's this
issues.
place you said Marlene?
Running it at 90 or
Where I think
120 is
she is.
basically impossible.
There's a house
Enemies
on the other side of town.
basically are on
Come on,
speed,
then. Pick up the pace.
and you're
going as fast
in
as you are.
molasses is the easiest way to put it. It's like, if you're like thinking about 4, 5, or 6, it's basically going from battle speed like maybe 30 is at battle speed 6, you know, 60 is at like battle speed 2 or 3. It's pretty fast, but not super quick. It's still reactable. And then like going into, well, I guess it'd be closer to like 3 or 4 in this instance. It's not
That's the
unreasonable,
house.
Marlene!
but it's still pretty quick.
Marlene!
But once you go up to 90 and 120 frames, 90 is like battle speed 1, and somehow 120 is battle speed 0 over the enemy. Like it's
Keep it
twice
down.
as many
Don't
turns
wake
all of
her.
a sudden. Pretty crazy. Very balanced. So gotta pick up some extra stuff here. We switched back into Mithril Saber here, so we have fire magnify for everything. It'll get us where we need to go. We basically wanted fire for the Chapter 12 area and Chapter 14.
How are we supposed to
Fire
get back
and
inside?
full MP
Underground
is enough to
passage in the
have
park.
Cloud push through the majority of the highway here without
But
an
how do we
issue.
get to the park?
I know another way to
The
get
Smogger cutter
Barrett
fight,
showed me
or
before.
sweeper fight, is a little bit
This
obnoxious.
ancient girl knows her stuff.
But a little bit of
Thing,
ingenuity with Dolphin Flurry and some Synergy Lightnings, you can get through it pretty easily. If you really wanted to, you could upgrade to like Fire and Magnifier or Fire Gun instead of Fire. There's a couple of different ways to get through these segments. We will need to switch over to Barrett, though, once we get to the underground laboratory. He's going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting for us.
This kind of thing isn't supposed to happen.
Who knows? So we got to look over here
Over
to
there.
prevent camera change again. So we are going to be going through the Broken Highway, but not the same segment of Broken Highway. This area It's the left side. So some of the fights are going to be the same, but not very many of them. Like one fight, I think, is in the same segment. 2 fights. One at the beginning and one at the end are in the same area, I think. No, just the one at the beginning. Take that back. So we're just going to be, you know, basically casting fire and running away. No, true strike. I thought that was a true strike, and my brain kind of short-circuited for a second. You really don't want to lock on to a lot of these fights when you have the autocorrect camera. I do, because the game will shift the camera around and really screw with your inputs. Like I said, your direction is based on the camera.
It's blocked.
Angle. So with the auto-correcting camera, it can make your life a lot harder than it needs to be.
We'll have to fight our way through, but it's our only shot.
We're going to be using Tifa to push through the rest of this area.
No problem.
Let's go. Don't think you'll walk away from this.
There we go. That's actually some good move. And back to that right as soon as I phrased it. Loud.
Calling fire.
Barrett. That synergy from Barrett took a while. I was almost afraid that he got stunned or something. That's not the best way to do that, but it's the ballsy way to do it. Not wrong. Okay. No, 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 no. Okay, I'm an idiot. I didn't need that crate. I needed to get over here. Start casting fire and get going. Nice movement.
Now that is what
So we're gonna have to fire a guy here because I don't have max MP. Fire isn't guaranteed to kill, so we're gonna have to waste an extra second. Looks like I crit 1,000 times, so fire would have worked anyway.
Over there.
Looking good. Oh, we wanted this. Nah.
With my own eyes.
Tifa.
Alright, so Barrett's set up to take care of the underground laboratory.
Come on.
So on Ice, Magnify. Wind, Magnify would be nice. For specific encounters. A lot of the bugs and stuff are really obnoxious to try and kill with Magnified Ice. But unfortunately, Magnified Ice is way better on the boss and the dog fights. So it's a give and take. You could, I guess, go with Wind Magnify and then switch into Ice Magnify for the boss. Wouldn't really take that much time, especially since Barrett has Wind on the very right tip for my setup. So he has Ice on slot 1 and Wind on slot 6. So I could flip-flop them very quickly if I wanted to, without too much time loss, especially since he's character 1, I don't need to roll down to him.
Sector 6 is right over there.
What are you gonna do? We're gonna try and save some time in the underground lab here. Got a really ballsy setup where we're gonna be taking full advantage of Barrett's high MP count and Blizzard Magnify and Blizzard Magnify to try and one-shot stuff as we go through.
That one was a lot closer.
Hello! Is there anyone out there that needs some help?
Excuse me? Excuse me? That was really weird.
Hello! Anybody out there? If you can hear me, say something!
So I know Barrett's set up properly when double green materia is on Cloud's back.
We're here to help! Hey! Hey! Can you hear us? If you can hear me, shout!
So, pretty decent pace. 258 here. Nice. I can't complain.
Can you hear me? Anyone there?
It's gonna be a shame when I drop this on something stupid.
Hey! Hey!
Probably won't be able to PB because of the new menus, but yeah, there's hope.
1, 2, 3!
So we're gonna be toggling Barrett's equipment back and Chapter 14. So the thing here is we actually need the cat to lead us to the hole so we can go down. What I'm going to do is ignore the cat here and get as close to the hole as I feel I need to, and look for the cat to move in the background in the mini-map. And then what I'll do is I will save and load here and start walking towards the cat so I can save load again to make it so I can walk down. I needed to be a little bit closer to the hole than I was, unfortunately, or I wouldn't have had to walk that far. So we're going to switch over to Barrett here. And like I said, bright flashing lights. Last warning. Here it comes. So we'll be spamming a lot of magic in this hallway to try and get through these fights ASAP. Okay, I almost had it.
There you have it.
Almost very good.
You really want to throw down with me? See ya.
Are you kidding me? Oh, that's so scuffed. Crash pile. Oh my god, I hate that so much. Ice is so... What? Okay, never mind. Stop it. Get out of that.
You really want to throw down with me?
Uh-oh. Got some MP back out of that. Well, all the time save is gone now. This game is stupid. Probably reset those fights next time that happens.
How long
I can restart them instantaneously, I think. Excuse me?
Get the hell out of here!
Should kill both of them. The blizzard isn't really necessary there for the MP cost reduction. Unfortunately, we're going to be losing time here because this chapter is being obnoxious.
Not going down without a fight.
Overcharge. Oh, no. Get up there. What was I doing? I got lucky that that one hit him. Oh my god, I mistargeted so bad. Holy garbage. I should have lost even more time with that fight. I got really lucky. Yeah, this is why ice sucks, though. It's probably... I'm gonna invest some time looking into Wind Magnify again. Because that shit won't happen with Wind Magnify. It won't hit the corner, and enemies won't just waddle out of it and be like, yeah, that's an interesting suggestion there. This one right here, Blizzard Magnify, should be consistent. Bugs usually can't move out of the way of that one. Okay. We're gonna go for a high roll here. We're gonna Blizzard Magnify the bugs here.
You really want to throw down with me?
Blizzard, please. Okay. Ooh, MP again? Nice. That's something I'm never gonna get again, so we can use a Blizzard on the sweeper as well. That's super good. Alright, maybe the luck with the MP crates will make up for the awful fights. Doubt it, though. I don't know why that frickin' spell hit the wall like that. It really shouldn't have. I'll have to be careful about hugging that corner in the future to make sure that doesn't happen again. HP looking like? Okay. So we can get out of the combat a little bit quicker here with Tifa. Want to make sure to get past this wind turbine and then turn the opposite direction so Barrett spawns right in front of her. Okay. Also, Tifa's the mark of the beast, 666 and 8 hit points.
If I gotta climb another damn ladder.
Hey, it's a dolphin. Alright, so that was nice. Hopefully I don't mess up the boss fight. The rest of that chapter went pretty decent, so I can't complain too much. First couple of fights were atrocious, and the game was being extremely mean. So there will be one more segment where I will be shooting the wall to get out of this boss arena, but other than that, we're good to go. I got a huge chunk of MP. Getting those extra 2 crates was crazy cool. So we want to go
Chill out.
Blizzard.
All set.
What? Recharge that guy.
Oh, let's go.
Come here, buddy. Okay, fine. I hope Teeth is close enough. Hey, Stripe. I do need some good luck because the game is being a complete pain in the butt right now.
You good?
Aeroga on D.
It's on you. Now, God.
Go Blizzard.
Chill out.
Blizzard.
I got it.
Feeling a bit chilly.
Ridiculous.
Okay, switch to Barret. Overcharge. Charged. Good.
Okay, cover me.
Alright, what do we get? I got 2 MP crates in this chapter with Blizzard Magnify. Ooh! I didn't even know they existed here! So nice. So nice.
You're up.
Zara, overcharge. Zara magnify, switch over. Astrophy, start a shower. I'm pretty sure we're gonna one-shot here. Yeah. Excuse me? Thank you all. Oh, that's so bright. I hate it. Real 5, huh? Yeah. What you do? When the luck is good.
Wedge back for me. I'm gonna look around for the others. He made it, didn't he? They could still be alive.
Wrong. Come on. I guess it really doesn't matter which way you go, up or down at that point. I guess you should use a diagonal, actually. Upright or down left. Yeah, upright or down right.
So, how are we supposed to get topside? With everything that's happened, the trains still aren't running.
So we're heading into the not the underground laboratory. We're heading into the sewer now. We're going to be dealing with a lot of really, really chonky, bulky enemies from here on out. Chapter 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. All the enemies really are pretty thick in terms of HP. So we're going to have to kind of gear things up and start using Tier 2, Tier 3 spells more often than Tier 1. We can get away with Tier 1 spells in specific conditions when we're trying to pressure an enemy or something like that with its weakness. Barret will be firing off a couple of Tier 1 spells through Synergy still. Every once in a while we'll have him throw out an arrow spell or a few other things. But for the most part, he's just going to be relegated to the back.
They'll come on home once they got some food in their bellies. Good luck.
Cloud's going to be nuking pretty much everything in Chapter 14 here. The only thing that's going to be a little bit different is Abzu 2. We're going to be using magnified spells on Abzu 2. The reason we do that where we don't do it on bosses like, say, Airbuster, Sentinel Scorpion, Crab Warden that have multiple limbs, if you use a magnified spell, it actually won't multi-hit the limbs or anything on a boss like that. But Abzu and Specimen meet a very specific condition. I believe Crab Warden has the same thing with Phase 2, where you can get away with it, but I've never done it myself or seen it. But you can get multi-hits by getting the boss and the enemies kind of clustered together. There's some ways to set this up consistently, somewhat consistently, not 100%. Some of the phases, it's 100% consistent to get the multi-hits that I'm looking for. Abzu specifically, because I'll break his horn in phase 2, which will make him jump back and hop in place for a while, which will allow the Shotes a chance to catch up and stand right next to him. Most of the time, you don't need to do that, but there is a certain pattern where the Shotes won't be close enough unless you break the horn, so it's nice. Benefit, I can just target the horn to start with.
You guys ready?
308, huh? So mainly we're going to be firing off Fire Magnifies and Fire Magnifies to rip through everything.
Head for the trunk line. You three lead the way. Sector 7. I'll follow a short distance.
Thinking of switching to Magnify Arrow in the Underground Laboratory. And then putting Ice on for the boss. Not 100% sure, though. Fire.
All set.
Strike. Or you could just crit, that's fine.
And don't come back.
But yeah, crits really aren't that common. In early game, you really don't want to see crits because they end up pushing boss phases too quick and will really mess up your ATB gaining. Sometimes they're good to see, but for the most part, the only character you really want to see crits off is Barret. Guard, Slumber Spine should be okay. Haven't seen it jump yet. Okay. Alright, pretty good escape, too. Trying to get as much movement as we can with Tifa there. That's one of those longer hallways where we can save a huge amount of time. Okay.
Let's go.
That was really tight, though. That Scissors Claw could have gone around the corner and screwed everything up. Really high risk, low reward what I did there. We're gonna triple slash here because it's a little bit harder to get these spells to make contact. True strike. Okay, up the ladder.
That's a win.
Sometimes getting the camera in the right position for interactables can be pretty difficult. Also, you don't want to heal in any of these segments here because you need either Barret or Tifa or both next to the story point to get them going. Most of the time, they'll usually warp closer and then catch up. But if you're healing here, it'll buffer them too far behind and end up losing you time. So you want to wait until the next hallway where you're following Leslie, where he tells you to wait up.
Why did you help
Andrea.
that really?
That couldn't.
Huh?
It doesn't matter. Let's go.
So a lot of these enemies we can rip through with Fire Magnify. Once we start getting into several Sajin fights, we're gonna have to use Fire Gut from there on out. Are you freaking kidding me? Ugh. Stupid garbage pile. I don't know why that activated guard. I'm pretty sure Barret shot it and triggered guard. Sometimes the AI is extremely passive, and then other times the AI is extremely dumb and will activate stupid shit like that. I hate it. When you want the AI to be passive, it isn't, and when you want it to be aggressive, it isn't. The AI in this game is super unreliable, in my opinion. It's pretty piss poor, honestly, in my experience. It doesn't ever do what you want it to. Arrow. You really can't get movement all the way down the hallway consistently there. You gotta kind of do the fight that way. You could also go for a Synergy trigger, but there is a little bit of lag time, so it's much more consistent to cast Arrow with Tifa there, surprisingly.
Gotta win it all.
Fire. Strike. I delay the True Strike on purpose so that Tifa doesn't punch while the bluegills popped up in the air. I could one-shot with Fyra, but I'm trying to get optimal combat exit there. Tifa. Okay. You really, the thing is, we gotta gear up to Fyra, but if we're not at max MP, we're not gonna have the damage we need to one-shot everything. No turn make. Okay. Door takes a while to open anyway. I don't like this. Okay, we're fine. I can shoot. explodes. Really? Oh, man. Sometimes that escape takes forever. We got plenty of time after this fight. We'll probably take some damage in here anyway, because we gotta wait for this Sajin to pop up. So, HP boost, fire, fire. Oh, we get the weird thing. Nice, we might actually get some speed boost here. Alright. Sometimes you can get that little guy to push you all the way through. Right here, we're waiting anyway. I probably shouldn't have healed with Tifa. Since Barrett has both MP ups, he's got a lot more MP to play with. Okay, switch back.
He's so slippery.
Just like his owner.
You could probably cut both of Barrett's. Cut Barrett's MP for a luck up. Nah, that's overcomplicating something that already works. Star Shower, HP Boost, Flurry, Fire, Fire up. So we need to use Dolphin Flurry right off the bat here, so that we one-shot and avoid spawning the additional wave.
Follow me.
If we don't do that, I'm going to need to Fire-a-ga with Cloud. Get yourself up, buddy. I want to make sure everybody's max going into Abzu 2. This fight can turn into a complete crap show if my ATB management gets screwy or the boss decides to give me Bash and Smash. Bash and Smash is going to make my ATB management extremely hard. It will allow me to trigger Skill Master, theoretically, but not so much. Actually, it would, yeah. Because I had Fire-a, Magnify, Disorder, Fire-a. Same thing, so that's 2 commands. Fire-a, Magnify 3. In. So yeah, we're looking for not Bash and Smash, pretty much. We want the basic attack if we can get it. That would be the best version. Ground Pound is a little bit annoying because it'll knock both Tifa and Barrett off their feet and slow down the damage output a little bit. It's unfortunate, but that's what we're trying to avoid. So we start off with 3 different attacks. Bash and Smash is a wave of, I believe, 4 attacks total. And we're going to want to just flat out interrupt that rather than let it resolve. Ground Pound or the regular attack, we can Punisher counter to max out Cloud's ATB. But it does Ground Pound interrupts everybody else, so I'm going to budge up and do that. I can deal with this. Berserk. Fire-a-ga. Overcharge. Oh, good. So we're going to break the horn with Fire-a here. We're going to break the horn with Fire-a and then go into ATB boost into Fire-a-ga. And that will make him jump back into the other shotes so he gets multi-hit here. Now we're going to be able to start off with a Fire-a-ga here. And then we'll go into Tifa's Star Shower Dolphin Flurry, and that should be enough to one-shot this idiot. Fire-a-ga Magnify, Star Shower. Fire-a-ga, switch back to Cloud. I don't know why he was at 1 HP, but the game wouldn't let me kill him. Yeah, I know the Disorder is intended to do the shotes, but I don't have it on my shortcut, so... Ensure the multi-hit. Yeah, I need to figure that out. I remember you mentioning that. I swear I listen. I just, don't see. Alright, do this. Into Refocus. Grab this Wind. Switch over to Arrow. Arrow. We're not going to be using that on the boss, so we'll just switch out to Somersault and get in there. We can de-magnify Barrett's Blizzards, but they're really not going to see any use. So.
Ready to do that? Once we start.
Yep.
You know, sure you want to go?
Yep. And that middle hour was kind of rough, but we still got a decent pace. Or middle hour? I mean, the 3rd hour. There's something about that 3rd hour that's an absolute disaster area every time.
No telling what's gonna collapse or win.
I think switching over to Wind Magnify for the end of chapter 13 might be the solution. and then switching out elements right before the boss
Everything will be okay.
might be the way to go. Because then all the fights should be consistent if I'm using arrow magnify. Maybe use arrow magnify instead of arrow. Can I double shot the dog with arrow magnify?
Hey,
I'll have to test
A
that.
friend of ours.
it's too dangerous. For you, maybe.
The only thing I gotta figure out is that first dog
Just
fight.
try
Everything
to be
after that
careful.
should be fine. Anyway. So now we're all set up and ready to go. Arrow Magnify is going to give me the multicast spells I need. The enemies in this segment are bulky enough that we're going to need double hits to kill everything.
No surprises
But that
there.
also means we can double hit and get the additional hits towards the stagger value. So we can actually get multi-hits to kill stuff anyway and still trigger the ATB stagger that we need. So we're going to flood ourselves in ATB again like we did earlier on. We're just going to do it in a slightly less efficient way. Hero, and Tifa. Thanks for nothing, Tifa. Okay, never mind, I got lucky.
Keep it up, man.
Yeah, you too.
So we have a couple of really annoying fights coming up.
So that's where we have to climb?
We have the third-class soldiers. If we get lucky, Somersault's going to take care of both
We've
of
made
them.
it through worse, you know.
I'm going to ATB boost right off the bat so that I can double arrow the other third C that I'm not targeting with Somersault if he moves in a really bad way.
Time
What we're
for the
hoping is
dragon.
Somersault just tags both of them. But I can tell pretty early on if the other one's not going to be in the right position, so I'll just arrow twice and kill him. If not, that means I can not worry about it. There's a lot of MP crates around here, but we're going to avoid most of them because it's pretty slow to grab with the Cloud. Should be good.
I said respond.
So the next big area is this segment. This segment's really hard to get right. And does have a little bit of variance in it because it depends on how the wind spells multi-hit.
Guns to get up there. Jump over all this shit.
Not much choice.
We're going to arrow right off the bat. Overcharge. Okay. Arrow. Okay. HP boost.
I got it.
Okay. Barrett into arrow. No, arrow on Teletrooper. Alright. About as good as it gets. I could have gone all the way over to the ladder, but I try and avoid getting that close. Because if Cloud does get a decent amount of movement, he can get into the segment of the pipe that's underneath it, and then I'll get down warp to Cloud instead of up to the top where Tifa is. So you can high roll for it if you get your movement consistent. I haven't had a chance to practice it to make sure it works. You just fire. RNG DDDDDD RNG GG.
Push them back.
It can be pretty rude sometimes. So Cloud doesn't have any HP ups for most of the run until we get to the end game stuff.
You and your boss.
That's Somersault Hero. Wow. That was very scary.
Not so fast.
I don't think I've ever seen Star Shower miss to the other side like that before. I was like, oh god, please don't let me have to do anything about this. We will be boon snoggling Synergy again, like we did earlier on. Also, we want to make sure to try and get these cures out as efficiently as possible. Cloud, since his HP is lower, we got to be very careful and shrewd about how we're doing things here, or we can very easily get clapped and slapped back down to earth. Right now, we are very literally, hard mode is Icarus. We are flying with wax wings, and if we try to fly too high, they will melt and we will fall. Luckily, we have infinite retries, so we can reform our wings mid-air, but it will not negate the distance we have fallen. Valk is one of the bosses we really can't afford to reset. It's a very challenging boss, so I need to get my stuff together before I fight that fight. Yesterday, I had a very good run that I threw away to Valkyrie, because I had my head up my butt. So, okay to be boost. Arrow. Arrow. Alright, got the thunder going. Okay, that's a little bit obnoxious, but whatever. Normally you can slide over here with Tifa, but in sometimes True Strike one-shots. And that's normally, I think, because Cloud hits a crit or really high damage rolls. I'm not quite sure what's the... It's probably Cloud critting, because I don't think Barret could crit enough to do it. Normally you stagger with a True Strike, and then Barret follows up with Thunder and kills.
Let's give him hell.
And
Not
then
wrong.
some.
Let me
Through?
Keep those gloves up.
So now we got one of the more annoying mini games. Could be worse though. This one's pretty much within your control, so if I eat any bullets, it's because I'm playing like an idiot. No! Barret, push me! Ah, well. I think I can keep... No, I can't. Alright. Like I said, if I eat any bullets, it's because I play like an idiot. Can't blame anybody but myself for that, unfortunately. I can heal everybody up, but I'll do it later. We're gonna come over here, so Tifa spawns right next to this guy. Excuse me? Not getting hit by that. No, thank you. Barret, you wanna kill that thing? That'd be great. Unfortunate. Sometimes you get a... Would you get up the ladder? Sometimes you hit an unfortunate damage range with the blast rays. And without first strike... With first strike on Tifa using somersault, star shower, or star shower, somersault on the other one, you're kind of in a spot where you really don't have any extra ATB to float around. We switched over to Tifa here to try and avoid any of these two dinguses triggering the dodge ability. I'm not going to bother healing Cloud because I'm actually going to I'm going to be taking the bullets in the minigame here. We want to actually do this. Alright, so we're switching over to Synergy Wind. Cloud's going to be doing a majority of the heavy lifting here. Tifa and Barret are mainly going to be doing auxiliary damage to either fill out damage ranges or just trigger arrow synergy. So it's going to look extremely awkward, but trust me, this is about as good as it gets, I think. One, we need to get shot 3 bullet phases. Luckily, my HP never bottoms out, so we're good to go. Arrow, overcharge. Ooh, Tifa's got about 18. Alright, True Strike. Star Shower. Boost. You.
You okay?
This ATB is extremely nice. It's going to make the rest of this fight a lot quicker. You don't have to have this much ATB. You only have to have 1,300 to start with. So you can do both of your refocus attacks there. Arrow, Arrow, switch up to Barret. Arrow. Charge. Alright. So now the trick here is we're going to get a barrier phase, but Arrow Ga or Arrow Ra with Cloud will interrupt it. It will hit hard enough, so that's going to be what we're doing right now. Kaboom! And charge one more time. Wait for him to hit the floor, shoot it, and let's go. Into focused. Arrow. Okay. So yeah, we just True Strike a ton there to get a bunch of arrow synergies and call it a day. Let's go back to Magnify. Easy peasy. Arrow Magnify probably isn't the best, but it has a pretty good synergy in this area. In terms of, there's a lot of walls, floors, and just environmental objects in between Cloud and what we need to kill. So wind just spawns on the target, sticks to it, then explodes. So it's a pretty good interaction in a closed, claustrophobic area like this with a lot of garbage you can accidentally hit with spells. Ice or fire would probably be better, but I think you end up the thing is, you end up gearing your spells up to a higher level just to get the damage you need. But the trade-off is your spells will always hit. Should always hit. What? It's boost. There we go. Nope.
It's feeling like a proper party now.
Let's step in here. I'm loving it. There we go. Tifa. Yeah, sometimes those guys take a while to die. I'm not quite sure what causes it, but whatever. Ooh. Where's Doggo? There's Doggo. Doggo. Not quite sure why that works out, but whatever. I was trying to get far enough away with Tifa so that Cloud would warp to her, but couldn't get far enough, unfortunately. Switch over to Cloud again. Spam arrow run until everything's dead. Punch that thing in the face. Alright. Fantasticals. Let me out. Let me out! You don't want to heal in this area right here.
Come on.
You need both characters right next to the door to trigger the cutscene. So if you start healing in that stairwell, things get really screwy. No. Barret heal Cloud. Barret heal Cloud.
But not
Alright,
today.
so we want Lightning, Iron Blade, and then Thunder SD triple. Okay. We want to do this into that. Iron no. Into Thundera, SD, triple Ascension, I believe Thundera, and what is it? Catastrophe into Demagnified. I'm being dumb. Thundera into SD. There. I only read about half the menu, unfortunately. This one right here is really awkward because there's no good place to make a save to practice this one, unless you take this equipment all the way up to Specimen, which really isn't super beneficial. SD works out pretty good on the double sweeper fight in the VR fight. And Wind just does not work on the troopers in the elevator. So like Wind Magnify just don't work. You're gonna need to use Star Shower anyway. So there's really no point in
Aren't I always?
keeping Mithril Saber on, in my opinion, without some sort of different element. And since I'm on Wind, and Wind Thunder at best, it just doesn't work out very good on the Elite Troopers elevator fights. What are you doing? Dude, I hate the giant button in the middle here that opens up that stupid mini-map.
Tifa!
Shit! Tifa!
Are you okay?
I thought I was.
This will be the
dead for
last
sure.
run until next weekend. I will do some practice and routing during the week, but Sunday I've got off. I'm taking off. If I remember, I'll try and put it up on the notifications. Okay. Oop. Ah. Oopsie bop. So, this is the last, like, slow segment we have going on.
Hand, huh?
Once we get into Hojo's laboratory proper, it's all gas, no brakes. There are a couple of slow areas in between, but for the most part, it's pretty much. Pretty much. That's the one thing that sucks. When you're grabbing the center, you're grabbing the controller by the middle feet of it, you pick it back up, you hit that giant friggin', hey, let's open the mini-map. You guys remember that map of Midgar that was in the original PlayStation game? Check it out, we remade it. Yep, that's cool. I've seen this 1,000 times by now. It would actually make more sense if it started on, like, the quest bar.
This isn't so bad.
Whatever.
Pretty close.
Because
now.
the side
Just
quest
need to make
menu
it
is at
over
least
there.
usable. Assuming you don't play the game in all one go, that'll help you stay on point with the quests and stuff. So this area is a little bit easier if you use the camera to turn corners, in my opinion. I kind of float back and forth.
Almost
I've never
there.
really, like,
Just
hard
need to get
gone
across
one
those
direction or the other.
platforms.
So. Specimen is another one of those bosses where we can get a lot of gain out of going into self-destruct. It's not really that bad of an idea. You can just kind of mash triangle however you want here. I'm mashing it like a fiend, like it's gonna somehow save time, and I'm gonna find like a frame perfect input that lets her jump on the first go. You can also skip this cutscene pretty early on. Once she's fully through the top rim of that little info center, you can skip the cutscene. We tap the button here. So it doesn't matter which one of these elevator call buttons we hit. We just gotta hit one of them. We gotta take this back elevator, so it's a little bit faster if we do it that way. Should be good to go there. Takes a while for this button to activate. Anyway, next fight's gonna be a little bit different, most likely. Didn't need an ATB boost, not quite sure why I did it, but whatever. As long as I don't self-destruct there, it's fine. The self-destruct does kill everything, but the problem is it keeps Cloud from moving for a very long period of time. Probably Disorder or Triple Flash would work just fine there on taking the rest of the HP off that left trooper, but
if it is, then
mashing for the Braver probably isn't that bad, but I honestly... I have Remember on my shortcuts menu, and I don't know when the game resets it. There's certain conditions that cause the Remember for combat to reset, but I'm not sure. Because there's some times where it actually remembers combat, you know, like that Aerith is on Fyriga through a tactical menu, and then there's other times where it's not. I don't know. Game's weird. So right here we have a big fade in, so we kind of need to hold like forward right so that we can get some good movement here. It's really hard to have optimal movement during that fade in because you really can't tell whether you're just running into the side of the stairs or not. This is the last break, so I will be...
Hey everybody! How's the grand tour? I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool!
Man, the throw here is going to be legendary. Okay, just one bar short? We're fine. I got enough juice then.
By giving you a closer look at each of our divisions. I hope you're
As long as we cut short of the 36, I guess, so that we can get a better marathon. Tube mission video.
Because we've destroyed a bunch of them.
Submarine video, something like that. So you can take a break during both of these hallways. If you're at an IRL marathon, you could have somebody else fill it, do the walking for you. As long as you're right next to this door, the cutscene will start immediately. So we'll take one last stretch break. Yep, a little bit over, hopefully less than an hour to go. It's usually around here. It usually is about an hour or less once we get in this room. Should be about 50 minutes as long as things don't go poorly. This is going into the final dungeon, Hojo's Laboratory, and then a slew of 6 bosses back to back to back. So, one more boss, 2 more quick fights, then into the last chapter, and then the longest dungeon of the game that it's going to require the most menuing by a large margin, into some of the hardest fights. Both enemy-wise and boss-wise. Specimen's not too bad since he's separated. The only problem with Specimen is you're cooled down by the time you get there, because there's really no appreciable combat that anywhere near Specimen. So it's a little bit hard to be warmed up and ready to go. The closest is there's the VR fight, but the way that I do it is literally just explode. SD.
Congratulations, your mission next. Please make your...
What the?
Skip. Alright, so we gotta go talk to the president here. And he's gonna tell us that he's the best. I definitely agree. I would be more agreeable if he had a card that would let me skip this VR fight, but whatever, I guess. Luckily, there's no hard selection for the VR chamber, only easy and normal. So, we can select easy. If there was a hard selection, we'd have to use it, but since it's only easy and normal, that's all we need is to pick one. Because of that, I think I could still get away with a self-destruct even on normal. I'd probably just do Lightning Elemental, though. Which is a Lightning Elemental will be needed for the Laboratory. I don't know why I'm saying it like that all of a sudden. Laboratory. But, Specimen is resistant to Lightning. So we really don't want to be toggling into it yet. Ice Elemental is our best choice. That's why I have Ice Elemental most of the game. It just works out. Enemies are either neutral to it or weak to it. Unfortunately, some of the enemies in the laboratory are a little bit too thick to get away with Ice Elemental, I think. I end up needing, like, Thunder. Because I need Thunder for the Moth unit. Damn thing just moves too quick to reliably hit it with Ice. Self-destruct should be enough, theoretically, but... Tifa's here, that's not good. Alright, so we're gonna skip. Okay. We're gonna roll forward with Cloud here, ATB boost so we get 2 bars. Take a short step forward and 2 for 1. I tell you, sometimes it looks like SD should not hit both of them, and then the times when SD looks like it should hit both of them, it doesn't hit either of them. That fight's so goofy. The game just does whatever the game wants. X, then circle, stupid. This is a really weird area. Oh, good. Barrett was outside. That's actually great.
All right,
Barrett being the hero opening the door for me. That door actually takes a while to open. But if either Barrett or Tifa gets caught outside, they can open the door for me a little bit sooner. Barrett did run into me, but I think it was still faster than having to wait for the door. Probably beneficial to get Tifa to open it. But as far as I know, there's no consistent way to, like, trap one of them outside. It's just kind of a thing that might happen. So we will be toggling back into Mithril Blade and Goddard Hummerum onto Barrett. Catastrophe does see some use in the laboratory. Honestly, it's good enough that we kind of jump it around every once in a while. You could probably route the entire game with Goddard on Tifa, except for a few places. There's some places where Fury Ring probably is beneficial with her, but you can most likely get away with using Goddard Hummerum the whole game. It does suck having a 30% debuff, or missing out on that 30% buff from Berserk.
Maybe.
Not having Fury Ring, but because she has access to Star Shower, it kind of gets offset really easily.
Love to show them.
Come on.
Long as you have the time, Star Shower will make up for the damage. And the reason I say that is Star Shower does take a while to fully finish. And unless you're directly in control of Tifa, sometimes the AI will walk out of a Star Shower and fail to activate the buff because an enemy moves too far away. So it can get pretty annoying. So one of the interesting things here is Barrett actually gets removed from the party. You can't see it because the mini-menu isn't here, but he's not in the party anymore. Really weird. At least I think that's the case, because it resets his shortcuts. So he's on EKG Cannon for the rest of the game. I will give him Wrecking Ball for 1 moment to reset his equipment. And I will be giving him LMG for the final boss fight. We actually want to tone down his damage just a little bit. LMG is a really good balance. Gives him MP cost reduction for both physical or for magic and curative spells. It will limit his damage a bit, but it puts him in a pretty good position. If I do get... I need to be more of a mind of it, but if I get him for Sephiroth, you can control who you get for Sephiroth and in what phase. Barret can only show up in the third one, but Tifa or Aerith can show up in phase 2, and then in phase 3 you can get either one of the remaining party members. And it depends on who does the most work in the Whispers fights, followed by the person that does the second most work. Tifa gets double as many points as everyone else, but for the most part, Barret will do a little bit too much heavy lifting. So we have to be very careful about manipulating Tifa and Aerith's points so that they get the right amount. Because if Barret ends up doing too much, things get really bad. And you end up dragging him into the Sephiroth fight. And the problem is his stats are poo-poo. So he can't do what Aerith can do. It's long and the short of it. So we're going to deal with Specimen here. Right off the bat, we're going to be berserking with Tifa, so I can kind of get an idea what we get. We're going to get 1 of 2 attacks. We're going to get Mako Expulsion or Rake. If we get Rake, I need to move hard left with Cloud so that Tifa and Barret don't get slapped by Rake. If I get Mako Expulsion, I need to jump up, run up on him, and start wailing. The whole time, I need to be paying attention to the fire and ice spells that the eyeballs cast, because I can very easily interrupt my abilities and screw up the entirety of the fight if I'm not paying attention. We got Rake, huh? Berserk. On you. 1, 2. Do a play burst. SD. I'm very lucky that fire hit after. Alright. Tifa's ATB is kind of poopy, but we're fine. So we did upgrade to Ascension, so we needed to take an extra hit there. Unfortunately, we just can't get self-destruct out fast enough and have enough damage, so we need to use Blade Burst there to push the needle. That's the wrong character! We're just gonna uppercut there a few times to max out our... make sure we have enough ATB. We're going to be Star Showering into a Somersault here, which is going to be enough to kill this phase. We just need to make sure Somersault hits before Berserk runs out. And there's no reason that it shouldn't hit at this point, to be perfectly honest. The Berserk timer looks plenty fat, honestly. It may look like it's almost done, but trust me, we have enough. Okay. I think I accidentally turned the other way. Oh no, yeah, I did. Dude! Oh, momentum is a biatch. Alright, so we want Aeroga here. Wrong. Aeroga. HP boost. Double eject's great. Wait for it. Triple. Triple. Alright. If you get double eject, for whatever reason the game bugs out and only spawns 1 of the Magitek troopers, or whatever the hell it's called, instead of 2. So it can turn that fight up pretty quick. I put God or Dummerung on because I could Catastrophe if things go wrong in that fight. Or if Cloud doesn't have enough ATB to double triple slash like that. But Cloud had plenty of ATB, so we were good. You can use Aeroga Magnify, but I've been told that Aeroga Demagnified on a single one of them is more consistent. Tomato, tomato, as far as I can tell. You're really at the mercy of the game wanting to eject both of them at the same time. That's really what it ends up chalking up to at the end of the day. Yeah, we got a bunch of cutscenes to skip here, and then we got to deal with party swaps.
My mom and I's room looks exactly the same.
So we will be toggling into Tifa's new setup here. We've got Mithril Claw set up so that Tifa can do most of the laboratory the way that we want, and that also will keep her set up for the final boss. So I'll have her switch out her materia setup with mithril, go back into metal. Hey, okay words. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, the run's going pretty well, so
Then we can use the
I'm
same
pretty happy
elevator
with it,
that
to be
Hunter
honest.
did.
I don't know. I don't think PB is possible, but that's mainly because the end game has been changed severely, so I don't think I can PB because my menus won't be fluid enough to get away with it. But maybe. We're just looking for a new PB, I guess, for marathon commentary. So we're gonna arrow this guy back here, then true strike with Tifa. Yep. That fight should go down in one shot if it works out properly. Sometimes true strike won't one-shot that leftover failed experiment, but you'll be pretty close to the point where as long as you leave it locked on, Tifa will usually do a follow-up poke and finish him off anyway. As long as you make sure to arrow magnify the one on the back, not the first one you start targeted on, you can wipe out all three of them pretty quickly, and then the true strike will take care of the final one. The thing, you also want to make sure that you're, like, doing nothing with Cloud if you can avoid it, because it's another one of those, I appreciate the Yuffie stuff. Unfortunately, it was really... They were really obtuse strats, but I'm glad it helped. Yuffie, I kind of, I definitely unga-bunga'd my way through that. It's some pretty cool stuff, though. I need to get back into Yuffie again. I never really wanted to use the God or Dummerungs. And it is nice, I guess, because, like, a newer player would be able to beat it without the God or Dummerung, because you don't get those until you New Game Plus through it. The limits are pretty crazy in either of these modes. Having access to free limits can kind of warp how you handle a whole encounter. Yuffie is definitely on the table, though, especially if I end up getting into limit break with it for some reason. So yeah, we'll be toggling out Tifa
Thanks.
and setting her back up. HP boost here, arrow, triple. Good. So our arrow magnify there will trigger, no, triple slash there. An ability that would hit 3 enemies will trigger Star Shower from, or Stardust, I'm not sure which. But it will trigger Red's move that will multi-hit enemies. You can use that to stun lock a lot of enemies. It really doesn't do a lot of damage, but it can keep enemies clustered together.
You sure?
Very well. I guess I should probably go back and make, like, a routing video for the Yuffie stuff rather than just kind of, like, having the videos. I didn't even think to do that now I'm thinking about it. Intermission is, like, pretty crazy. It's so quick that, I think it's, like, probably, like, 20 fights total. Yeah.
What kind of freak show have they got going on in here?
Alright, so right here we got a couple enemies to deal with. We're trying to micromanage Cloud's ATB, and it really just depends on what he starts with here. This, that... Oh, this is actually really good. Okay. Okay. HP boost into Thundaga. Charge. So the overcharge just does the last little tick of damage. It's a great run. You're on the verge of a 38. Yeah. Nice, nice. Yeah, mine's really outdated at this point. But without God or Dummerung, I'd say it's a pretty decent run. Nero, I really didn't understand. I kind of unga-bunga'd my way through Nero with a freaking literal rock. I just beat him with a rock until he died, and if he died, I was happy. Everything else, I think I had a pretty good idea about. Apparently, using Boomerang... Apparently, using Boomerang does really buff the damage. I really didn't think 12 MP or Magic Attack would make that much of a difference, but apparently it does. Which is surprising, because with Fury Ring, I would see, yeah, the 30%. Good to hear, though. I'm glad that the Yuffie category exists, so... Because then it lets people run this game. It's got really strong combat. Nero is horrible. Yeah, the thing with Nero is, like... Interrupting a specific move will pressure him, and then it basically lets you just jump on him. But if you don't understand that, or he decides to give you an awkward move and you just do your attack too soon... Are you serious? Hello? 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 'Cause, like, I don't know. 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 Thanks, Tifa! I didn't need that 15 seconds. Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting. You could have saved that for a marathon, you know. But no. No, you had to do that in an actual practice run.
Roger that.
What is this game doing to me?
Hey,
What the hell was that?
do you think Cloud's doing okay? He's been acting really weird.
Maybe if I run into this long enough, I'll clip through it.
But it's Cloud. I'm sure he'll be fine.
The computer's acting like the glitch
How
hunters.
are you holding up?
If I run into it at the right angle, I'll just clip on through.
I'm fine.
I think so. But it looks
Oh,
like
come on, game.
There has to
What
be
are you
something
doing?
we can do.
Oh my
Let's
golly
look around.
gosh.
Gotcha.
That's so silly.
We should let Cloud know.
Apparently Strife has worked on the intermission, so there's a different route now that uses
I
boomerang,
think
but
we're supposed
uh,
we were fiddling
it's
with
definitely a
some
fun
sort of
one.
control panel.
Mine's like a good basis to like mess
We'll make our
around
way to the
with and
central
make
terminal.
corrections from
Sit
there.
tight until you hear from us.
Yuffie's combat is like way different than the main game. You have to kind of like, it's like working with Barrett, except with Tifa's agility. Bad stats, but fast character.
Give me a break.
Charge. Okay, we're gonna thunder up. What? I'm stupid. I don't know how to hit buttons. Help me. Okay, fine. Awful ATV management. Running easy mode? Oh, yeah, that would make your life a lot easier using Steel Reaper. Easy mode doesn't require as much, well, it doesn't require as much optimization in terms of, like, using the proper element. No more elemental ninjutsu? Nice, nice. Yeah, the elemental ninjutsu was more of a crime of skill master looping rather than, anything else, but I've been told the Brumal form is extremely potent, so I have to go back and look at the game again. So we got Mithril, Metal, Goddard, and then we set up
See you in a
Aerith.
bit.
Yeah. Into Mithril, no. Metal, yes. Then we want to do this, this, into nothing else. Right? Yeah, no shortcuts, okay. Should be fine. Hopefully I didn't mess something up there. Nice APOs. Dude, I'm getting too good at swapping characters. I'm literally fucking catching APOs all day now. So I did get the early spawn in Chapter 4 and Chapter 12, so I should get all the dogs to spawn at once here. So this could be a massive time save, or Aerith could just die. Very unfortunate. We're gonna go for the somersault here, but there's no guarantee that it'll one-shot everything. As long as it takes out like 3 or 4, we're good to go, though. We're gonna turn around on purpose and somersault backwards.
Stop me.
Excuse me? No, we're not. I didn't get the full spawn? This is so annoying, dude.
I think we're almost done.
There goes all that MP.
Sorry, but I gotta.
Okay, I need to put Goddard Dumerang on her right here. I knew I missed something in that menu. I wasn't sure what, though. Yep. She is on Metal Knuckles. Huh? Please don't tell me I still have her on Dolphin Flurry. I shouldn't. So we're just trying to warp Tifa closer to Aerith in that scenario, so that we can get out of combat stance quicker. Do I want to risk it here? 63? Yeah, it's fine, whatever. Hopefully I don't get trolled by the missile turret here.
Look. Let's get across with those.
Would like to heal up, but it's only... Wait, I would like to heal up from what? Iron Blade into Lightning, and then toggle for first, Magic up, and then first. Great, so I got the time loss. Okay. Then this, strike. Can of hazardous material. Yay!
Is this really the exit?
Nah, I'm big balls. All balls, no brain. All balls, no brain.
Why can't you put a
Into
little light?
Thundera.
Good luck.
Thundera?
Don't
So
think you'll walk away today.
I think we're almost done.
brain to brain.
Just a bit.
90 MP? Are you serious?
There.
Just short of max MP! Oh, that's the worst! That's the fucking worst! I gotta grab the crate over here! Oh, that's awful. She actually can't one-shot the sledge worms reliably without full MP. How much short is she? She's like 3? Oh, that's so awful! Oh! Oh, you suck, game. Oh. Well, whatever.
You two stay there.
Okay. Be careful.
Okay. Slip in between red. So, Iron Blade, Lightning first. Yeah, magic. Skip it. Into Iron, no. Lightning, Ice. Oh, wait. Wrong direction. Magic, and then first strike for this. Into, Disorder. Okay. So we're not really going to use Disorder too much here. But we will be using it on Nova, so the not to. Good to see that everybody's still having fun with the game and getting to learn new categories. And I'm just glad Yuffie exists so that there's time for that.
Commencing test. All personnel must evacuate area.
Let's say HP is garbage. What am I doing?
Always do.
We boost. Oh my god. I should have started off with triple slash. My brain kind of like...
I hope you're enjoying your experience.
So up Barrett, so we're gonna be grabbing the MP crate.
Before you get any ideas,
Know what the other menu is, just Mithril and Dodagama on the swap. So it's Barrett, first strike for HP up, so that's the weapon. First strike for fire, Skillmaster for magic up, binding for magic up, and then ice for synergy, okay. Already done with Yuffie, yeah. I'd imagine somebody like you would rip through Yuffie like it's freaking used like wet toilet paper. Not surprised.
All personnel must evacuate area. Commencing test.
Thundera. HP boost. Boom. Hit him out of here. Nice. Got pretty good Barret placement too. Oh god, my HP's maxed. I don't even have to bother with healing. Well, I do need to grab the crates anyway.
No matter how many times I've seen
So the next one will be Goddard for Tifa again. First strike. Up, over, down, and then ice for synergy. Okay. That one's still the same too. So we're gonna grab this into Mithril, into Goddard. Alright, let's see if I can do this without screwing things up. Probably not. 2 into Focus. Disorder. Thundera. Boost. Okay. Thundera. Wow! Dun 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 dun. Ra da 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 da. I got fucking lucky. Do I want to heal up? No, I'll have Tifa do it. I do want to grab the crate though. Want to top bear it off if I can avoid it. I'll have Tifa do it later.
Test subjects.
All right. There we go. Yeah, that's the one thing about Yuffie. Getting out of the first, like, 10 minutes is rough as hell. Yeah. Get that 40 for you done. The submission is for marathons in general. I always update them as I go. My submission right now video is like a 36. Don't hit me. I don't want to get hit. But my PB is a 434. So we should be able to shave a couple of minutes here, theoretically. It would be for RPG Limit Break if the submissions window hadn't already closed. But it's just practice in general for marathon commentary. Could I just... Okay, whatever. But yeah, it's whatever marathon I feel like submitting for. Maybe really, really long-a-thon. No glitches allowed. There's a couple of them that I tend to do runs for. Maybe the Final Fantasy Relay, if they ever actually do hard mode instead of new game.
Passages have to be
But
connected
I mean,
somehow.
I can't really complain about that. That's what I get for playing the extension category.
Please.
I don't get to be part of the fun crowd. I'm probably gonna learn Crisis Core though. Reunion Crisis Core. So I'll probably end up being in that as long as I don't learn a weird category for that. But I tend to like to practice my marathon commentary because there is a decent chance I get into Limit Break. So it's just practice for me at this point. Okay. Ability. You gotta remember to hit right after you open the ability menu. Nice crits. Alright, so Gotterdammerung, and then we're just toggling out the same stuff as usual and swapping ice out for synergy.
Tifa.
Synergy, 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 synergy.
Oh no! Come on!
No, what am I doing? Got her, yes. First, you, and then... Okay.
Come on, you're really... Let me... Jittery? That bounce shocked you.
Nice. I love that fight now that I've adopted it. That's got to be one of the coolest ones. Alright, now you two idiots. Nice. Eric got slapped the fuck up, though. Woo! Man, they were not... Okay, what do we have on here? I see one to my left. I see one right next to the... Okay. We switch over to Aerith here. That is the wrong ability! Aerith! Woo! Oh, this fight sucks. 1, 2, 3... I hate everything. Give me the crate. Give me the crate. Give me the crate. What even was that? Auto-targeting is not your friend. So, Arrow Magnify likes to target the stupid failed experiments in the tube. So if you get really weird placement on those failed experiments, you're gonna be flinging spells literally everywhere. Luckily, I had, like, perfect MP coming in here, so it's not too bad. But that was really a shit show. I don't know why I got confused. Oh, I still have Soul Drain on the bottom, that's why. Well, that was fun. That's how Hojo's lab is sometimes. Some of these enemies are real nudniks.
The professor still has plans.
You don't know, huh? Have I ever had Error on X? Probably at some point. I need to get in the habit of looking at my menu, because the end game doesn't get nearly as much practice as the beginning, because when you're doing runs, you tend to reset in the first couple of hours. So you play it a lot more than end game.
No surprises
I
there.
got a little bit too far away from the switch there, but that's fine. Oh, I already did that menu. I need to look at this one. Iron Blade.
Good idea,
HP up for
right?
First Strike.
Yep.
Huh?
Let's go give the others the news.
And then Wind for Ice on Barret. That's correct. And then you toggle it over. MP up for his healing.
We unlocked it on
So that goes up and over. Goes for Synergy. And then Cloud Skillmaster for MP up. Okay. So we want to do into Iron No. Then we want to go, what is it? HP up for First Strike on, Tifa? Okay. And then we go this, Synergy, and then MP up for Cloud Skillmaster, I think? Yeah. That was really rough, but that's how that is. That menu is new, so, Arise? Where the hell is it? Oh god, I was one page down. Dolphin Flurry, Soul Drain, Thundaga, Blizzara. Actually, we want to go Stop it. Kick. Oh my god, stop. The problem is this menu is new. Well, the rest of them are good, but this one's new, so I need to mark this one down as the new menu. The rest of them are pretty straightforward. I don't know why this one throws me off so hard.
Guess so.
You know, he really likes you.
Unfortunate.
Maybe.
Friendly guy, but he has a hard time opening
But
up.
yeah, I just try and stay brushed up on my marathon stuff,
He's
and
got your
then
back, though.
the submission is just generally for any marathon I feel like submitting it to. I couldn't really consistently get super duper decent looking runs with really good commentary if I did it the other way. That was really stupid. Boom. Alright. Flurry, jump back. Just in. It's not gonna hit. So what's my MP looking at? 155? Alright, we're fine. Tifa's MP, or Aerith's MP is more than high enough. Tifa's MP is full, so I shouldn't have any issues. As long as I remember to resist Magnify and Genova, we should be fine. Speaking of remembering to do stuff, we need to go into Hard Edge.
I think it might be locked from this side.
Sonic Striker with Tifa into Metal Knuckle. Okay, could you hit the button, please? Thank you. Then MP to HP. HP for Skillmaster. What? Hard Edge. No. Sonic. No. Into yes. MP to HP. Oh, I know what this is. This. HP for this. A to be Assist. And then Elemental for Magnify. Into Elizera and Braver. Scuff, but it works.
What the hell?
Probably lost a good 20-30 seconds just with how slow those menus
We may
were.
find out soon.
I'll get a little bit more practice this week so that I won't lose runs here. But still a pretty decent run. And 410-30, yeah. Could have been lower. Definitely could have been a good 409.
So what's above this floor?
The president's office, and then the roof.
Of course, I did lose 10 seconds to Tifa just running into a console for no particular
Wait,
reason.
once we get in...
We're ready.
Huh. The elevator. Now's the time for any unfinished business.
I'm ready.
Now we gotta go into Genova. This is one of the harder fights. I tend to claim up during boss fights, so if I do have a marathon commentator with me, this will be a lot easier to handle Genova. Genova is something I really need to focus on. It's a very, very intricate fight with a bunch of moving parts, and you really need to be on top of your inputs. Basically, we're going to be triggering ATB Assist a lot of times with Cloud here. Tifa's going to be doing a lot of damage in the first couple of phases, so that we shift into phase 3 as quickly as possible without bothering to stagger. Aerith really won't be able to do much in this fight because Genova either has Reflect on or Barrier, depending on how you handle the fight. It is quite the thing.
Hey!
But we're gonna disorder Genova here and start up the fun.
Help me. Well, well, well. Pull me up.
Let's go. Want to break the tentacle right off the bat here. Keep Genova from doing anything aggressive. ATB Ward Cloud. And then we're going to layer up a bunch of debuffs on to Genova here. Not too happy with this ATB ward placement, but there ain't much I can do about it now that it is where it is. Whenever Braver into counter stance. Damn it, Aerith. Tempest in, Team Uppercut, Star Shower, Disorder, Braver, Braver. Okay. Unfortunate, but a little bit goofy, but it worked. So we do need a little bit of ATB on Tifa. What we have is good. What? I thought I was locked onto the tentacle there. Okay, and I need to resist everyone here. Okay. Want to make sure we're over here. Fuck, I did it backwards. Ah, damn it. I was hoping it would target T there, but I guess not. Unfortunate. Into a focus thrust, switch over Tifa to get the stagger, switch over to Aerith, true strike, build up some bar here with some Tempest damage, and ATB. Alright. Now everybody's got resist, so no sleep, no stop, no mute. But we can still get our actions interrupted by the stop pools, so we gotta be very careful about how we do this. Shower. Start shower. Blizzard up, blizzard up, blizzard up, blizzard up. Probably shouldn't have switched characters there, but whatever. Air it into EKG, pincers, yes. Goddard Dummerung, yes. And then we want assist for stagger. That should be it. Let me double check Aerith's HP. That's fine. 3,300, it's good to go. Alright, let's do this. We're keeping binding on Cloud for now instead of switching it out to HP up. Rufus can be done without sleep, but if the game decides to be really goofy about it, or if I mess up my inputs, having sleep will make Rufus a fail-safe fight, a no-failure state fight. But it is annoying if I have to go into the sleep, so we're gonna try and avoid that if we can.
Everyone okay?
We want to make sure to hold forward right here, so that we attack Dark Star instead of Rufus. That way we avoid getting a stupid cutscene, and I'm an idiot. So freaking stupid.
Think you got my number?
I did not do that phase properly, so my damage is going to be really fucky here.
Good thing I can't.
I need to do a full Punisher combo, and instead I did 2 regular combos, so my ATB's all screwy. Actually, we're just gonna slash right off the bat here.
You're done.
Alright, yep. So, if I wasn't a complete idiot, I would have set it up so that I could hit Dark Star at the beginning of that phase and instantly stagger. Problem is, if you do like anything but circle slash, Rufus interrupts you, so it's really obnoxious.
Let's make it a night to remember. Yeah. Okay.
If you do it properly, you can instantly interrupt Rufus right there. So that was stupid time loss that could have been avoided by just simply hitting the right buttons. Oh my god, he got way too much HP back from the Kirigas too. Oh my gosh. Catastrophe on drone A. Shut up and focus. Fist. Right, ignore that garbage. Tempest charge. Drain. Keep poking. Trying to build some ATB here. Alright, so we want to Blizzard right off the bat at the start of this phase so that we can stun lock Arsenal. So we're going to Blizzard right off the bat here. And we're actually going to target the front wheel with Tempest. And then Blizzard the... Damn it, game. Obnoxious.
You
Overrun. Okay. The game didn't want me to lock onto the rear leg or rear wheel, so I just decided to menu it so that I could get it within time.
Too sorry about that.
Fist.
Feeling chilly? We'll make it
And
quick.
fist. Did you overrun? Overrun, dude! Oh! Good lord, why was that not charged? That fight was a complete joke. I'm gonna have to warn him at any marathon. I'm gonna get loud towards the end there unless I'm not playing well. I'm gonna start screaming and yelling and hissing and hollering. Y'all better be ready to cut me down. Alright. Yeah, we want to skip this. Okay. Into Ironblade, no. LMG, no. All we need is a lightning materia here, so it doesn't matter. Lightning, speaking of lightning, we'll switch this to ice. Goddard to Tifa, yes. Sonic Strikers? No, Mithril. No, into yes. And then that should do that. Then we want to grab Binding, switch that into HP up. HP up for this, Magic Ups. Revival for this, and then I believe it's Skillmaster for Wind. Where is it? What? Is it? No, Skillmaster for Wind? Really? Whatever. I don't know why there isn't two winds, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Barrett doesn't need it. Ascension, SD. I must have misequipped the weapon. Blade Burst. Kiraga. Magnify. Max Fury doesn't say. Okay. Awful menu. Yeah. I could have just put the lightning on Barrett and gone with an ice that way. Okay, so that menu is not correct. We need to carry the wind over. That's right. I could put the wind in a different spot then.
Ready?
Let me check my element. Okay, we're definitely on ice this time. Good to go. ATB is...
Let's be smart.
Okay, I'm lucky that didn't cancel ATB boost, but whatever. Here we go. Thank you. I'm also going to be very quiet for this fight. We need to do a lot of micromanaging. First two phases, we're using self-destruct to push enough damage so that the timer to move to phase 2 and then phase 3 start immediately. After that, we are switching to a damage output, and we're just trying to kill the enemies as quickly as possible. This first one, hitting certain thresholds starts the transition to the next phase immediately, and the rest of them after that, it's no longer a problem. It's just depending on when we kill the enemies, so optimization station. Bring it on. We're gonna roll forward SD here. SD, charge.
Gotta be careful.
Ooh, gonna level. Barrett, Kiriga. Alright. Walk this out. Barrett's out of position, so we will get knocked back once here, I think. Oh, it looks like we actually should be okay. Yep, we're good. Nope, I was right. We're gonna get knocked back. So if you put Cloud in the right position, he'll get blown the opposite way the game intends to blow you. But unfortunately, you're at the mercy of Tifa and Barrett. So we cured up everyone just to make sure that we didn't have any issues in this phase. Not really super necessary, but I tend to want to do it. We're going to roll forward and hopefully blow up on red. Alright, we're just going to guard this. Wait for the poke. Roll forward, explode. Tifa Star Shower. Into Arise Cloud. Alright. Pretty good phases. Okay. Good ATB too. That'll speed things up pretty significantly. Yeah, the first two phases is just trying to explode as optimally as possible. Obviously, we have to keep in mind what attacks Red can do at the start of Phase 2. Phase 1, as long as you self-destruct early enough, it's not a problem. Phase 2, you can get 3 different attacks. Flurry, Crimson Twist, and Firaga. Firaga is the most beneficial if you have full ATB. We want to Dolphin Flurry here. Gotta push some extra damage with Cloud to make sure that this staggers the burst. Okay. ATB is looking good, good, good. For the next phase here, we're going to Ascension immediately. And that should, in some cases, it'll kill both blue and yellow. What we're looking for is to just kill, we'll self-destruct and put yellow down, and then get Cloud back up, stagger yellow, and then finish him off with Cloud. If we get really lucky positioning, yellow can take just enough damage that self-destruct will kill the blue one, or the Ascension finisher will kill the blue one, but the yellow one will take enough damage that we'll be able to like self-destruct and almost instantly kill him. Really weird setup. I've only ever seen it once. But basically, we're just going to be spamming Ascension right off the bat here. So we're going to Magic Up for HP Up, Skill Master for Magic Up, and Boost Resist. But yeah, the idea is practicing solely for RPG limit breaks since I've submitted that to this. Been grinding this for a while just to get into that marathon. So I don't know if I'll get in. Hopefully I will.
Well, the big one is way over there.
We're just going to ascend to the heavens and pray
These guys are right
to the
here.
gods. So we're going to shoot with Barret here so he gets the stagger. Eriga? Okay, we're good. Barret's going to get hit by Eriga, but that gives me enough time to catch up on this guy. Boom. Arise Cloud.
Let's turn this around.
It's over.
Okay. Okay. Just build some ATB here while we got a second. Barret's HP doesn't matter anymore. So, with the next phases set up the way that I have, Tifa's already got the red stagger. Barret does have quite a few heals and arises, so that is quite a bit of points, and he did stagger the one for Cloud to kill with the Ascension. Tifa's going to take Bahamut, Big Boy, and the blue one, and Aerith is only going to need the yellow one to outpace Barret. It's very tight, but it works. So we're good to go. We're going to run forward to red here and hold for a finisher to do some extra damage, and then we'll just Punisher counter him twice. If I don't do enough damage off the Punisher counter 3 times, but it's fine.
In that case, Ultra Big Boy is all mine.
Then we're going to get Bahamut, which we're just going to ascend him. It may look like I don't have enough limit, but taking 2 parries is going to lose enough percentage of HP that I'll get my limit, so it doesn't matter. Unfortunate. How it goes sometimes, though. I think we're going to cure a Cloud here. So I want to hang on Cloud here for a second so Bahamut targets it properly and doesn't fly off after one of the other ones. Are you serious? That's really awkward.
Okay.
Tempest. Oh, that's really funny. That's gonna be super obnoxious. That should not have gone the way that did, but whatever.
Say goodbye.
Ooh, that autocorrect though. Who's getting nervous? Cloud apparently. Not Cloud? Okay. Can I just switch to the right whisper here? Could we just... Into a Braver. What the... Why do you have so much HP, dude? I always forget how awful Iron Blade is in terms of damage. Whatever. Iron Blade kind of hits like a fucking paper towel roll. Not even wet. Just kind of obnoxious. Start shower. Here we go. Get smoked! I'll have to go over what I want to talk about, or have commentators talk about here, because this fight is really hard to commentate and do at the same time. Any mistake in this fight costs massive time loss. Your run can be perfect, but if you get into phase 2, you lose like 2 minutes. You lose a huge amount of time. Thundergo, please. SD, switch over to Tifa. Alright, so we're gonna feed the big guy to Tifa as well. Aerith gets double the points, so if she kills anything besides just a regular Whisper, she'll usually get enough points to come first in phase 2, which is still resistant to elements. Yeah, if I'm doing an online marathon, definitely somebody else needs to do it. We want to Thunder here. Okay, now we go to Bugmore Sephiroth. Into Hard Edge No. We're swapping out these magic ups and give me the ATB assist so I can help everyone else out. I want to, I believe, Braver here and Blizzara. Yep. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Disorder into Blizzara. Cool. Perfect ATB.
Let's do this.
Stance change into Braver. We're just trying to do just enough damage here. Normally you'd want to do Infinity End, but it works out. Stance change, the Punisher counter here will do more than enough. Alright, I'm gonna shut up before I fuck something up. So Sephiroth here can be done in a lot of different ways. My fight's kind of meh. This is a older, not the quickest strategy, but I think it's pretty neat that we very tightly manage our ATB. So this phase right here, we're going to Disorder, Stance Change, and Dolphin Flurry from behind to bait out. Flurry. Get in there, bitch. I'm gonna switch to Tifa here to build up a little bit of ATB. Okay. I only really need to do like one uppercut there, but I like to make sure she has enough ATB. You really don't need it because the ATB assist will give her 600, but I want to make sure she has enough so that she can double Star Shower here, or True Strike, Dive Kick. Dive Kick is her highest single damaging move. True Strike will increase the stagger damage here. So we're basically just going to wombo combo Sephiroth. We're going to use Infinity End on Cloud, just to be lazy, so I can focus on one character's inputs. We got Lightning Infusion, so wait for it.
I see.
That's gonna suck. Oh, it sucks. Blizzard. Oh god, she's gonna die. Infinity end. Thunder. Through. Upper. Oh god. So stupid. Oh my god, what? And Aerith's dead. Could you not do that anymore?
Memories.
Just the true strike away. I accidentally canceled my uppercut too soon, so I totally mismanaged her ATB there. This fight was, funny. Alright, so we're gonna AT. Okay, uppercut, and then... So what's my PD? I think it's lower than this. Yeah, my PB is a 434.13, but I got incredibly salty during that run. I'd say this is a pretty decent commentary run overall.
We can change it.
Make it right.
But yeah, this is, like I said, 9 seconds off my PB. But what you gotta remember is my PB had better menus in general, because of doing them over and over again. So this time save is from rerouting, and then I lose time in the menus. So, thank you for the GG's, Strive. Thank you for the GG's okay words. I appreciate that. But yeah, I wouldn't say that this is likely during a marathon. I'd say, like, 100% sub 4 hour and 40 minutes without any sort of donation incentives being added in. If we're talking about, like, stairs in Chapter 16, which is about a 7-minute ad, then we're talking about a 440. There's another cutscene I kind of want to add as an incentive for Chapter 14 with Barrett, which really, like, fleshes out his character. That's a couple of minutes right there, too. So that's plus 10 overall. But the runs you're looking at are a range between a 34 and a 38. As long as I don't get really bad RNG, or I react to it properly, which is, like, one of my reasonably useful abilities, you're looking at maybe a 36-38. But a good run will look like this.
Does not yet exist.
And there'll be a lot of the moments like that where I'm like, what is even going on? Sometimes this game, it gives, and then it starts taking away, and I'm like...
Our world will become
what?
a part of it. One day.
Probably by a marathon, I could say 34 is consistent. Right now, I can't say that. I think, like, I'll be able to get down to a 32 reasonably soon. I just need to finish rerouting and learning new endgame. Because my endgame is extremely weak right now. Not in terms of consistency, but in terms of time.
Cloud.
It can be done faster. But I think I'll call that for today. I have a... that'll be it for the marathon submission. Thank you guys for watching. If you watched all the way through, if you watched part of it, I can understand. If you saw something you liked, then I hope we can do something for the marathon. But that'll be that for this. Thank you for watching. See you guys later.